All right, Senator, we are live.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to the 130th Maine State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the chair of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. This afternoon, we are meeting for a couple of purposes, but to start with, we will have some public hearings. And so we're, again, assembling electronically for the purpose of inviting public comments on legislation. Just wanted to keep in mind that not only the legislators can be seen and heard, but anyone that's coming on to join in terms of speaking, they will be seen as well as heard. And when you are called in to testify, if you would be kind enough to have your name clearly in the box, introduce yourself, the town at which you reside, and if you have any affiliation to an organization, if you would announce that as well. So we appreciate you doing that. I am going to ask the committee to introduce themselves, and please understand that our committee members, we are in and out of various committees today as we have a lot of legislation going on, and folks will be testifying in other committees. So it's not uncommon to see someone here leave and then return. But that said, I will introduce or ask them to introduce themselves, starting with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And I have Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Dave Woodson, District 33 in York County, and I have 3 school districts, Sanford, Massabesic, and Saukville Valley.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Thank you. We have Representative Lyman, please.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore, and coming from the Capitol. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Good afternoon, folks. I am Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, just returned from Augusta, and I represent District 148. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. We have Representative Roach.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. After spending the morning sitting on Wells Beach all morning on a beautiful day like today, I'm now making the transition back to home here, and the dog's going nuts about it, but we'll be all right. I'm joking. I wasn't on the beach. I was at school, but I represent District 7 Wells. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it was nice to see everybody yesterday here up in Augusta. I'm still up here. Anyway, I'm Heidi Sampson, House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And we do have some folks that assist our committee in many ways. Sam Baker is our committee clerk. Sam will be the help getting you in and out of committee, and he's outstanding in terms of assisting with any technical needs you may run into along the way. We also have a couple of analysts that we'll probably hear from a little bit later when we get into our work sessions. Excuse me, going dry. Sam Senfit is an analyst, as well as Hillary Risler, and they help us in terms of understanding with the impacts of each and every bill that comes before the committee. This afternoon, we have 2 public hearings. First up is LD 1679, which is an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. And sponsor of that bill is President Jackson, and we will hear from him first. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I represent the people of Northern Aroostook County and Senator Squan. I'm here today to present LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. No child should have to go to school hungry, let alone be expected to learn on an empty stomach. Yet we know that too many of our kids don't have access to reliable, nutritious food on a regular basis. It's really hard not to get choked up about it. You know, early on in the pandemic, I had a young woman in Aroostook County who reached out to me weeks before she was set to graduate from high school. Over the course of 12 years, she had showed up to school, put in the hard work, and earned her high school diploma. At the end of the day, all that stood in the way of receiving her cap and gown was an outstanding lunch bill that she couldn't pay. Fortunately, you know, we were able to get the issue resolved, but there are too many kids like her, and I don't believe that it has to be this way. In Maine, we consistently have the highest rate of food insecurity in New England, with 1 in 6 children lacking access to basic nutrition. The pandemic has only made things worse. According to Full Plates, Full Potential, the number of children experiencing food insecurity is projected to increase by about 40% statewide in the wake of COVID-19. We have something to do. We have to do something. When children go to school hungry, it affects their ability to focus, retain information, and get ahead. Providing free universal school meals is an easy and effective solution. Studies show that removing the barriers to school meals leads to better outcomes, making sure our food insecure kids don't fall behind through no fault of their own. And school meals make sure our kids get what they need early on, and it pays off. I really think it's also just the right thing to do. You see, I remember what it's like growing up without much. There were periods in my childhood when times were really tough, but my mother did everything in her power to help us scrape by. And while I never qualified for free or reduced lunch, I think I probably should have, and it probably would have made a much bigger difference for us. As a lawmaker, and more importantly as a parent, I want our kids to get a chance to focus on being kids, doing things like playing with their friends or learning how to add and subtract, not worrying about where their next meal is going to come from, or the embarrassment of if they don't have the money to pay for it, or even if they're one of the poorer kids that can get a free lunch. You know, throughout this pandemic, I've watched some nutrition directors, teachers, volunteers, and advocates find really creative and innovative ways to make sure our kids get fed. In my district, I really wasn't sure what it meant at first. Driving down the road and at the mailboxes, you know, all these coolers that were out to the road. And after understanding, it was the way that they had come up with waiting for school meal deliveries from the schools and the volunteers, that they continued to do this when the kids weren't in there, because they understood how many of these parents and kids, you know, what it meant to them. And it has shown me what is possible when we come together around something that is so important to our future of our kids. And while we are coming out of this pandemic, which is a great thing, I don't understand why we would want to stop now. So under this proposal, the state of Maine would continue to contribute funding to cover the cost to pay for paid students in the school breakfast and national school lunch programs, so that all students in Maine can access school meal programs without cost. Making school meals available to all school students improves participation from eligible students because it takes away that shame and stigma associated with free and reduced lunch. And even though free and reduced lunch may be the only reliable nutritious meal a student gets during the day, many students simply don't participate to avoid that stigma. This change would ensure that students don't fall through the cracks and cut the bureaucratic red tape schools have to deal with, which could help pay for the program itself. In a small state like Maine, we have the power to not just put a dent in childhood hunger, but possibly end childhood hunger. And that starts with universal school meals. No child should ever have to prove that they are worthy of nutritious food. And our schools shouldn't have to go broke or jump through the outrageous bureaucratic hoops just to feed them. Universal school meals helps kids, it helps teachers, and it helps Maine farmers and producers that grow the food that feeds our children. And again, it's just the right thing to do. The best teacher cannot reach, inspire, or train the next generation of Maine workers and leaders if those very people are hungry. Let's come together as Republicans and Democrats, independents, and feed our kids. Thank you for your time. I'll certainly try and take any questions.
Thank you, sir. And I do have a question from Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, President Jackson. It's good to see you. I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask the question to give you a chance to emphasize the whole bill. Which students would be, if passed, which students in the state of Maine would be eligible for the lunch program being paid for by the state if this bill is passed?
The answer, Representative McCray, is all students. And the big part of it would be shouldered by the federal government. So it's all, which is obviously a big concept. I don't know why, when I was first approached about this, I don't know, it took a moment to understand why it was such a big thing, but once that clicked for me, I mean, now it just seems like this should be an easy thing for us to come together on. So, I mean, your answer, it's all.
Yep. Thank you for reemphasizing that.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, President Jackson. I will come up with a layup question at the end of this, but the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for bringing this forward. As you know, me and my siblings were the fortunate recipients of free meals throughout our youth. And I was actually shocked to learn how limited that was for folks. So really appreciate you bringing this forward because it's really a top priority. And so the layup is, I'm sure you would agree that this needs to be expanded to all.
Well, I don't know, Representative Crockett and Representative McCray, you guys, I don't know if you think I was the worst basketball player in the state or what it is. But yes, I definitely think that this is something that we should be doing and you know, coming forward with. I mean, honestly, you know, to the committee, I mean, I know there's a bunch of you on here that are educators. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, you know, I went at it, I looked at it a little bit different. You know, I definitely got the aspect I mean, I think this is probably the bigger aspect of kids that were embarrassed by being on the free aspect of getting this, like, you know, that their families were poor. But I also looked at it on the other aspect of it, like, I mean, I can't express how I do not think that I know for a fact that we were not well off at all, and I didn't qualify as a kid, but I remember the other aspect of it, that I was embarrassed that apparently my family was better off because I didn't qualify for the free lunch. And so any way you cut it, kids are looking at each other in a strange way on something that you should just be feeding kids. I mean, who cares? I mean, we all have to eat regardless of our economic class. And in my district, Northern Maine, you know, we've consolidated so much that in my town of Allagash, you know, the kids leave around 6 o'clock in the morning and don't get back to 4:30 at night. If you haven't eaten, I mean, I'm not a nice person after 10.5 hours if I haven't eaten. I don't know how kids do it. I really don't. I mean, none of us would do that to our children, or you know. So this is obviously going to have a cost. I mean, we're lucky the federal government has given us a waiver for the next year, but in the out years, it's going to have a cost per se. I talked about how we actually make save if we don't have people in the administration trying to track this down, keep track of it and all that. There's some savings there, but honest to God, I can't tell you how much I believe that this is actually something that we should just be doing as a state, and you know, feeding our kids, and hopefully that's going to, well, not hopefully, I definitely believe it's going to be better educational outcomes for everyone.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions, please, at this time of President Jackson? Seeing none, sir, I just want to thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this bill forward, and good luck as it moves through the legislature. Thanks. Have a great afternoon.
First time I've been on education this year. It was great. I really appreciate it.
Next person speaking is going to be Senator Pouliot. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll try that again. Click another button. State Senator Matt Pouliot, and pleased to be here with you today. I'm actually not a co-sponsor on the bill. I don't know, maybe Senator Jackson didn't think I was cool enough to reach out or something, but I'm sure it was just really busy time. Anyway, this is a piece of legislation that I'm really passionate about, have been historically, will continue to be until we get there. But for those of you that don't know me, I'm State Senator Matt Pouliot, represent Senate District 15, the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vassalboro. And I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. And I'm just going to kind of set aside the testimony that I presented and just speak to this from a personal point of view. When I was a kid, my mom was on food stamps, and we also received assistance at the school for our lunch programs. And I'm really thankful for that assistance, because like many of the kids who are being talked about here today, we probably would have went without meals, my sister and I, from the time we left our house in the morning to get on the bus until later on in the evening when mom got back home from work. And I did have two parents. My dad was very actively involved in my life, but my parents were divorced when I was a kid. So when I was at dad's, there was stuff available. And when I was at mom's, it was a different financial situation, and there wasn't. And I think that there's a lot of kids throughout the state of Maine who are in similar situations, that are struggling. And it's not their fault that their parents are in the financial situation that they're in. And I think oftentimes, and I'm speaking as a Republican now, we think that's the role of the parent. The parent should take care of that and make sure the kid is fed. And look, I get it. I'm a business person, and I wish that my mom, hadn't been in a situation that she was in, that we needed this assistance. But the reality is she was working 2 jobs and also putting herself through college, and just didn't have the resources to make sure that we, had lunch. So I don't think it's a matter of people not working hard or not being good parents. I just think it's a matter of, financial challenges. And I think that once somebody becomes 18, that then it's their responsibility maybe to work harder to try to figure things out and so forth. But we can't expect kids, to do this. I just don't think that's reasonable. And we're making significant investments in public education in the state, somewhere around $3 billion. And we're not getting the best return on our investment if kids aren't bringing with them a mind to learn well. And if they're not fueled well with good nutrient foods, then they can't pay attention, or have maybe as productive of an opportunity in their learning experience. So I just thought I'd share with you personally where I'm coming at from this, but also I think it just makes fiscal sense. It's a good return on our investment to make sure that if we have put so much money into the built environment of the school, into, the educators' salaries and so forth, that we have students there who are ready to learn. And that the biggest piece in that, in my opinion, beyond them being there, is being well nourished. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for Senator Pouliot? Seeing none at this time, sir. Thank you very much for being here. We
Sure, my
appreciate your
pleasure.
testimony and your efforts on behalf of the kids of Maine. So
Yeah, my pleasure. I just hope my Republican colleagues will get on board with this. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Next up is Representative Salisbury, also speaking in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And please excuse my background as I've pulled over on my way home here. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and my fellow colleagues on the Education Committee. I am thrilled to be here today to support LD 1679. And I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to hear President Jackson speak about this bill, and even more thrilled that the bill is in this committee. This bill and any other bill like it that addresses food insecurity is the reason that I stay on the school committee in Westbrook, and the reason that I wanted to be in the legislature. I won't repeat some of the statistics that have already been shared with you, but we know that the rate of food insecurity in Maine is devastating, and we have a great opportunity to address this. Some of you know that I run a food pantry in Westbrook called Westbrook Families Feeding Families, and we started out by bringing bags of peanut butter, jelly, and bread to the elementary schools before school break and before school ended. And we brought those to fill a gap between when school ended and the summer lunch program started, and also to supplement the food that was given out by the Good Shepherd Food Bank. And up until before the pandemic, we were bringing 110 bags of food just to the elementary schools, the 3 elementary schools in Westbrook, twice a year. And then when the pandemic started, really the need was even greater. And we started giving bags of groceries to families, helping out with the school nutrition programs that were doing an incredible job of making sure these families had the food that they needed. And the more we've been doing this program, and it's grown every year. We've been doing it for over 10 years. And when I first was on the school committee, I had no idea that food insecurity was such a big deal, and how much students relied on school for their food. It shocked me, and it really stopped me in my tracks when I realized what the need was. And ever since then, my focus has been on, in our budget in Westbrook, getting it so that we could provide in some way food for all the children. I wanted it to be a line item in our budget. I just wanted to stop talking about the end of school year food debt, the time that our school nutrition director spent helping families either become eligible for free and reduced lunch. I just wanted to take it off our plate, and I wanted to offer food for all of our children. And I think we have that opportunity to do that now across the state. And it's really an amazing opportunity for us. And I think that this pandemic has reminded us of how critical it is to make sure that students have the food, when they're not in school. And now that we're working to bring students back to school full time, we have this great opportunity, and we can offer free breakfast and lunch to all the students, whether they're free, reduced lunch, or they can pay for their food. It's equitable. It brings it to everybody. And we know that hunger impacts a child's ability to learn, and more schools are, we're in the business of education. It only makes sense that we provide students with the food that they need to be successful. So I think it's time for us to take hunger off the table and get back to the business of educating our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. And are there any questions of Representative Salisbury folks at this time? I'm sure if any arise, you could ask her at the work session. But thank you, Representative. We appreciate you testifying and being here today, as always. Thank you. Next up, we're actually going to hear from a couple of students, and I hope I am pronouncing the names correctly. First up is Keegan Beckbar of Mechanic Falls, and then Keegan will be followed up by Matthew McGowan from Wyndham. Good afternoon, Keegan.
How you doing today?
Great, thank you.
So I can just start?
Yes, sir.
So my name is Keegan Beckfar, and I'm a JMG student at Poland Regional High School as a junior. And so I'll just start. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, my name is Keegan Beckfar. I'm a resident of Mechanic Falls and a junior at Poland Regional High School. Today, I am submitting a testimony in support of LD number 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. I want to thank the bill sponsors for your commitment to addressing childhood hunger in Maine. For me, addressing school hunger hits close to home. Growing up, it was just me, my mom, and my brother. For years, we bounced from house to house while my mom bounced from job to job. Along the way, not only was it difficult adjusting to a new school every year, I often didn't know if I would have school lunch. The only way I was guaranteed a meal was free school lunch, but I hated feeling like I was the only one. As I have gotten older, I have noticed that my family wasn't the only one with this problem. I often see students at my school who don't get breakfast or lunch. Not only do I not want others to feel the way I have, but I also think it is important to make sure all kids have access to a warm meal without cost. After learning more about the bill, I believe expanding access to free school meals would work in Maine for the following reasons. First, people who can't afford a school lunch have to go through the same shame daily because they see other kids eating while they just have to sit there. Second, there's currently a requirement to submit paperwork to get free lunch. This is an issue not only because through the school lunch staff see it and other students collect it, but other students and your friends know because they see you handing it in. Third, many kids come to school on an empty stomach, making it hard to focus on schoolwork. This ultimately leads to poor testing, lack of attention in class, and results of failing grades. Therefore, I believe implementing a program to expand access to free school meals will decrease the shame and stress around submitting paperwork. It'll help students achieve better grades in school and have a more nutrient and well-balanced meal. Also, due to COVID, all students are currently able to get free breakfast and lunch. But from my perspective, it is much easier to navigate. My peers and I do not have to worry about missing a meal, and it seems to be an easy process. In addition to providing easier access for all kids to have adequate meals, schools do not have to work tirelessly to submit for reimbursement from the federal government. Even when they do that, the amount they receive is a fraction of the total cost per meal. For example, in Finland, they have a diverse food education agenda. They've had that since 1948. The Borgen Project states that since applying the free lunch program, Finland has had the fourth lowest poverty rate for over 50 years. Not only does it help ensure all students get food, helps bring the community together through a warm meal, and they have incorporated student cooking programs to allow a hands-on approach to learning how to make a healthy, balanced meal. Finland's goal is to make the world's best school meals even better. They have done it successfully for many years, so what is stopping us from doing the same? In conclusion, I am in support of Maine putting into place LD number 16979, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals, because we have not only seen the positive impact it has made on student lives across the state this year, but Finland is living proof that it can be effective. Thank you for listening. I hope you consider an act to address student hunger, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Keegan. And I do not see any questions, folks, at this time for Keegan. Senator Woodson, sir.
Thank you. And Keegan, thank you so much for being here and very well spoken. How did you get to know about this bill?
Well, a lot of my school teachers know that I want to be a politician and a lawyer when I grow up. So since I'm graduating next year, my JMG teacher brought it up to me how I could, because the JMG program itself talked to her about it'd be a perfect fit for me because of what I want to do. And they gave me the rubric of this, and I had to type out some speeches, my speech, and then send it in, then make edits as where needed. So it was just basically the teachers in the JMG program itself really helped me get an understanding of this to go through it.
Well, I congratulate you and your teachers, and I think you're doing a great job, and I wish you the best.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Woodson. Any other questions, folks, at this time for Keegan? Keegan, Senator Woodson hit it for us. I mean, you did a great job here today. You should be very proud of yourself, and thankful for your teachers for getting you involved. So you represented Poland High School extremely well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up is Matthew McGowan, and Matthew is, I believe, is a resident of Wyndham. Good afternoon, Matthew. Matthew, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's the wrong button. Am I good now?
Yes, sir, you are.
All right. My bad about that. Good evening, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Matthew McGowan. I'm a JMG senior student of Wyndham High School, and I'm in favor of LD 1679 being passed. For my own personal reasons, I have two married parents. They're both very loving, but only one of them is able to work right now due to distance traveling. So it's very hard for money, income, just trying to, be happy. So since 7th grade, that was 5 or 6 years ago, me and both my younger brothers have been put on the free lunch plan, and we have had that going on since I can't. I'm nervous. Sorry about that. I'm just.
Oh, you're doing great, Matthew. Just relax. You're fine.
Yeah. I really don't know what else to say.
You're fine. Talk about your siblings.
But,
how has it helped you? You're doing fine. How's the free lunch helped you?
Well, it's helped us a lot just having extra money in the house for both me and my brothers, just being able to do more things, going out, just having fun with what?
The extra income?
Yeah, with the extra income. With COVID this year too, it's the free lunch for everybody has definitely really helped. I can't.
You want to say thank you?
Thank you for your time.
Matthew, thank you. And we may have a couple of questions for you. So
Yep.
in there, you're doing great. Any questions of Matthew at this time, folks? Matthew, we appreciate you being here, speaking for yourself as well as your brothers. It's great to have that big brother role watching out for you. So continue with your efforts. We appreciate you doing this, and you have a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. We do have additional speakers, and of course, my screen goes silent. Next up, these folks are all speaking for LD 1679. We'll have Alyssa Roman, and Alyssa will be followed by Anna Corson and Brianna Pinkham-Bebb.
I think we're ready. It's funny how it joins because there's a little gap. So I hope everyone can hear me. So Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Alyssa Roman. I'm a resident of Winthrop, Director of Nutrition and Transportation for Lewiston Public Schools, and the President of the Maine School Nutrition Association. Today I'm submitting testimony. I have live and I have a written one submitted as well for LD 1679 to support it. And I'm going to deviate, as traditionally, a little bit from my testimony because I'm hearing a lot. We have so many stories that we could share from our seat in the House sitting here talking about school nutrition. And sometimes for me, I have to go back, like, why are we in this predicament? Why are we in this place of have and have nots? And it's not just in our state, it's nationwide. And it's really that history of the school nutrition program. I know that I have people that I work with in this building in Lewiston that remember going home for lunch. They had to walk home, eat their lunch, and then walk back to school. And that there was this emphasis on families taking care of. Maybe mom was at home, grandma, family members, dad, whoever was at home to do that service. Times have changed. We had war in our country. The National School Lunch Program was authorized and the federal funding kicked in. That's great. It was really great. It still is great. I am in a CEP district, community eligibility provision, in which I can happily say 100% of my kids, regardless of COVID, have been eating for free since 2016. The stigma's gone in this community. I have one more year, and I have to redo numbers. Part of me hopes that the economy has increased enough that we maybe could survive going back to free, reduced, and paid, but I just know that at this point, it would be very, very painful for this community. I've had students show up with a bag of chips. I've had kids beg at my door. That's gone away. It's gone. I have no more increased student debt. It doesn't exist. I don't have to go and chase down 40 cents from when they're in pre-K. It just doesn't exist. So then as I'm sitting here and listening to others testify, I thought about the computer I just had to buy for another program, $1,400 on a computer. I thought about the technology in our schools. We have one-to-one computer use. The state of Maine has invested money in hotspots for communities and low-income families. And for the cost of that computer, you could have fed that child for a year. That, for me, speaks volumes that we put money into computers, textbooks, toilet paper, fire extinguishers, desks, all those things that are part of the school day, but yet food is still held separately. So I look at this on two angles. One is there's a financial burden to this. Nothing is for free. We know that. But on the other end, neither are those computers, neither are those basic necessities. In Lewiston, we're one of the school districts, we hired a social emotional coordinator. Their job is to look at the district, be equitably what's happening in the district. Are all the students given the right things to make sure they get to graduation? We're reaching out to those students that are state truant. Do they have remote access? What do they need? Food, all of those things. It's such a bigger picture. So for me, it's a social emotional part. It's making sure that kids kept whole, that they are given a good chance, a good start in life to break a cycle of maybe it's poverty, maybe it's haves and have-nots in their own community. And with the federal government still subsidizing a large part of this, the fiscal bill for something like this isn't as scary as we once thought. A couple of years ago, before COVID, I would have been so scared to say to you guys, hey, I want to do everything for free. You would have looked at me like, really? How much is that going to cost? And we can say now that even though you offer 100% free complimentary meals, that a large portion of people still say, hey, I got this, it's okay. And we still have a large portion that say, I could use that help. I don't have to verify families doing free, reduced, and paid right now under community eligibility. Verifying, I'd have to call them up and ask for their tax returns, their wage income statements. I'd have to ask them for that very classified for them personal information. It might have passed through a secretary's hands. It's embarrassing. So you get that information and you realize they're off by $1. You call up that family and they've lost their benefits. $1. I don't think $1 is going to make a big difference, but it sure does for those kids, because when they hit the end of the line, because that's where we check their trays, they already have the food in hand. So we have food shaming bills in process, so we don't take their food away anymore. We have things that we've done as a state that have been really effective, but the kid still knows. They still know. The kids are so smart. So I really hope that we find the momentum to keep this going. I'm highly concerned that if Maine does not take a step forward, the federal government might not as well, and we're left in limbo for yet another year. So we have 1 year left. If we don't have this attention to it, federal government doesn't do the work, Maine doesn't do the work, that leaves us in the same boat that we've always been in, which is haves, have-nots, and us continuing to say, what are we going to do to support these students? So I hope if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer anything that you guys have. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a question, and that first is from Representative Stearns, and he'll be followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Roman. Excellent testimony today. You touched on one piece that I was going to ask someone to bring forward for the workshop, and I think if I heard it correctly, and I believe it was my understanding was that the federal government is really working at this now, perhaps making this a national initiative. Is that your understanding?
So I had the pleasure of being able to talk with our representatives in D.C., and I'm hoping my internet connection is not getting wonky. I saw you freeze for a minute, but all right, we've had the pleasure of joining in DC with our representatives, and it's interesting because they're saying, what is Maine, the federal government doing? And so as we're sitting there, there is a big push at the national level from the National School Nutrition Association and others to say, we know that we have enough data nationwide to say, what are we going to do? The problem is that filters up maybe through our representatives. It gets reauthorized in the Farm Bill, which has been postponed due to COVID. And you need to obviously get all the language and all the specifics in there. So on one end, the federal government right now takes care of all our free and they give us money for reduced. And then Maine has agreed to help take care of the other half of the reduced kids. And so on this side, it's looking at the federally supported or lack of federal supports for the entire school population. And so the concern is that, is there something active at the federal level right now that I can say wholeheartedly, I feel confident in? No, I feel confident that people are advocating. I do not feel confident that the momentum is going to take a while. We're still working on, I think, 96 waivers or responses to waivers. And I really hesitate to say that it may take yet another year of what we're going to be moving into some different federal programs. A lot of schools will do seamless summer serving coming up to get the higher reimbursements. So as we come out of COVID and into something a little bit more normal, I don't see the US government reacting or giving permission for USDA to react until the end of the next school year.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Rowland, for being here and for the great work you're doing in Lewiston. You bring up some excellent issues as far as priorities in our society. And I appreciate you doing that, because even myself, not fully aware of what's all involved with free and reduced lunch, the different issues that cause the need for kids to be fed. But would you say that a part of the problem is that society in general do not fully understand all the family issues and the government red tape, et cetera, involved in what we're trying to do here?
You are absolutely correct. We are operating, I think in Lewiston, we participate at this point in every federal program available. And that's 5 different programs, 5 different grant sources, 5 different paperworks. And so with that being said, I spend a lot of time just educating people that say, oh, you just serve tater tots. Oh, let's talk. We do so much more than serve tater tots and chicken nuggets. And it's interesting because when families really get down to it and they think about it, and you have that solid conversation with someone about the resources that their child gets at the school and who pays for it and how that money flows through the system and how it impacts families. And one family that every time I think of it is when a family feels exposed financially. It's already bad enough that they know they're not making enough money or that they have troubles at home. But when you have to go not only to a food pantry, but now you have to go to your child's school and tell them what's going on with you, the embarrassment, the stigma. If I had to verify a family in 2012, they didn't come back the next year and even apply for free and reduced. They just didn't, they were too nervous. And that was really telling to me about those that are in that system of perpetually being on the edge, how scary it is. On the other end, you do get those people that say, what if you make $100,000, you should pay for school lunch. And when I did CEP doing all free, I said, if you still feel inclined, I will happily take your money and apply it to our school lunch program to keep it afloat. And I have yet to see a single dime from those supporters, nor have they come back. So it's very interesting to think. So as I've been processing this, I think about, okay, so is that something that as a community that has a high free and reduced, are we in a position to take that on? Probably not. We still need support outside of the community at a state level to keep us going, or federal level. But yes, you're right. So we spent a lot of time talking about that we just don't serve lunch and send them on down the line. There's so much more involved with social emotional pieces and the education pieces. And now that we're serving lunch in cafeterias and hallways and curbside, it's so much more in my face as far as what's going on. We did 33 sites during COVID, 33 sites, 14 vans driving through a city. And it's just amazing to see how many people they rely on that. Now it's become something that's just something that they're like, oh my goodness, we shut down for a day because of a snowstorm, and it was just panic. And I said, it's okay, we already handed out food. So it's amazing how perceptions also shifted. So you go back to that 1950s, 60s model of go home, your mom made you food. Well, that's now different. It's a different model. So the same framework that applied under the original farm bill does not apply necessarily now either, with all of the things happening in our communities.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Folks, any other questions at this time for Ms. Roman? Seeing none, again, thank you so much for being here. You provided a great deal of information, insight into the situation, and we appreciate your sincerity in doing so and your dedication to your work in Lewiston. So thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. We're going to here, I think I have them in order, right? Anna Corson will be next. Anna will be followed by Brianna Pinkham-Bebb and Dan Allen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Anna Corson. I'm the Director of Advocacy with Full Plates, Full Potential. We are a statewide nonprofit working to address childhood food insecurity in Maine by expanding access to school meals and out of school time meal programs. Today, I am very excited to be submitting testimony in support of LD 1679. I'm very thankful to Senate President Jackson, Speaker Fecto, and all the bill's co-sponsors for their commitment to Maine's children. So we've heard over and over that there are hungry children in our school, every school across the state, every day. Maine has the highest rate of childhood food insecurity in New England, with 1 in 6 kids lacking access to basic nutrition. And things are just getting worse due to the pandemic. More and more families are struggling to put food on the table. So before the pandemic, about 43% of all school-aged kids were eligible for free meals at school. That's about 80,000 kids. That is projected to increase due to the pandemic, but never actually captured the need. The eligibility guidelines, as we were just hearing from Alyssa Roman, are incredibly restrictive. If a family makes $1 too much, their children can't get a free meal at school. Food insecurity is also not tied to income alone, and many families experiencing food insecurity are not eligible for school meals. So this means that they would be expected to pay for meals they likely can't afford. There are also many studies that show that school meals are very important as far as addressing food insecurity, and that they actually improve household food insecurity for those that receive them at no charge. School meals are the only reliable source of nutrition for many children in our state and across the country. But these meals are wrapped up in shame and stigma and red tape, as we've also heard from many of the folks testifying today. And this results in kids not accessing those meals, even if they are very hungry. And we also know that when school meals are provided as a part of the school day at no charge to all students, that stigma goes away and more kids eat. There are also many studies that show that school meals support learning, enhance child development and school readiness, and support school attendance and improve behavior. They are also very critical for developing, for providing nutrition for developing children. There was a recent study that found that school meals are the healthiest meals that many children have. There are also studies that show that they decrease childhood weight issues and improve child nutrition and wellness. And this was a great question from Representative Stearns. So during the pandemic and continuing through next school year, the USDA is allowing school meals to be served to all children at no cost, regardless of their family's income. This has been a really important step, and we can't go back to expecting some kids to pay for school breakfast and lunch after those flexibilities go away. While we know that the federal government is taking steps to improve and expand school nutrition programs, they are not prioritizing school meals for all. And instead, they're watching what states are doing. So they're watching states like us and others that are introducing school meals for all legislation. And it really looks like states are going to have to lead the way. And if we don't take this really important step, there's going to be children sitting in classrooms, unable to learn, unable to concentrate once again. And we need to ensure that our education dollars are being used well and not wasted because too many children lack access to proper nutrition. So the bottom line is that a hungry child can't learn. Childhood is becoming more and more complicated, and food insecurity isn't tied to income alone. Children are in school all day, and the most basic of needs, food, is the only part of the school day some kids are expected to pay for. Maine spends billions of dollars on public education every year, and funding dedicated to ensuring that our students have the fuel they need to learn and grow is a worthy investment. Today, we have the opportunity to do something about this crisis for Maine children and families. You all have the decision-making power to make a real difference in the lives of Maine's children by making sure that they can eat nutritious food at school, regardless of their family's income. We're hearing widespread support for this across the state. There are many people waiting to testify in support. Many people have submitted testimony. This is supported by organizations across the state who work on children's health and wellness and food security. And in my work to address childhood food insecurity here in the state, as we work to expand access to school meals, we have learned that there is one solution that will knock down almost every barrier to food access faced by kids at school. And today, we could make that solution a reality for every child in Maine. I'm asking you to support school meals at no cost for all Maine students. I urge you to vote in support of LD 1679. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions. I'll also be available during the work session later this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Folks, any questions at this time for Anna Corson? Seeing none, again, thank you for the work that you're doing and you're speaking with us this afternoon, providing some great information. We appreciate it. And thank you also for your offer to be available for the work session. We'll
Thank
see
you very
this
much.
afternoon. Thank you. Next up is Brianna Pinkham Bev, followed by Dan Allen, and then Holly McLean.
Hello, my name is Brianna Pinkham Bev. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this legislation today. I'm going to add my voice to the choir here, so this may not be all new things you've heard, but maybe a different perspective. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at the Edna Drinkwater School, a select person for the town of Northport, and a board member for a low barriers heating assistance program called the Waldo County Woodshed. Myself and many of my friends and family have known what it's like to feel less than or different at school due to circumstances at home. Whether having to buy soccer cleats or prom tickets or even something as basic as food. Growing up, I didn't qualify for free or reduced school lunch, but there were many ways that I could tell where my family stood financially versus other children's families, even without that added stigma. So I can't imagine what those feelings felt like for children who had it harder than our family did. I'm testifying in favor of this bill because I feel deeply in my soul that not only should no child go hungry, but they should never have to feel shame for needing help accessing food. When my stepfather was young, he was given a different colored punch card for school lunches because his family was poor. He would often not eat because of the shame he felt in presenting that card. I know a school office employee who was asked to give a brown bag lunch containing cheese sandwich and 2 juice boxes because it technically met the nutritional requirements to kids whose parents owed too much money for lunch. They refused to participate in this practice, and another faculty member gave out the bag lunches instead. While this didn't solve the problem, I'm proud of and inspired by the stand that this person made. These shaming practices are going more and more by the wayside, but it is still an embarrassment that we even find ourselves in a position of debating whether or not food should be a basic service equitably provided to all children in Maine's public schools. When the current school year began, lunch was business as usual. And while our family could afford to pay, I admit that there were times when the busyness of being full-time working parents and the mental lift of navigating pandemic life led to lunch money slipping our minds. We've got it easier than so many others with some financial stability. We have our mental and physical health, hours in the day, and supportive family and friends. So many families in my community and yours don't have all of those things, and all of that can contribute to whether or not a kid goes to school and has the food that they need. A couple of months into the school year, thanks to the special funding, we began to see what it looks like when breakfast and lunch are provided at no cost, regardless of family income. And in seeing that, I know that that's the way it should be. I'm not an expert or an educator, I'm a mom, and I care about all of the children in my community, not just my own. Please support LD 1679. Feeding kids in our public schools and having them feel worthy of being fed will build stronger foundations for our communities. Quite frankly, it is a bare minimum in terms of demonstrating our basic decency. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Brianna at this time, folks? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony. It's greatly appreciated. You have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Dan Allen, and Dan will be followed by Holly McLean and James Mile.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other esteemed members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dan Allen, and I'm the Instruction and Professional Development Director for the Maine Education Association, and I'm a resident of Livermore. I submitted my testimony written, and I was going to just read it, but most of what I was going to say about the more mundane things have already been said. And I feel like I want to address a piece that has been mentioned, and that is the social emotional aspect of this. I taught at a high school that had a 60% or higher free and reduced lunch rate the entire time that I worked there, the entire 20 years. So I know a little bit about the food program, although I'm not an expert. I'm more of an expert in eating school lunches than delivering them. But one of the things I saw in my first decade of teaching, which I didn't really fully understand the importance of, was that our district, and maybe it was because of the high rate, maybe we were allowed to do this, or maybe they just chose to do it, but they did feed everybody. No one needed to really do the paperwork. It was done by a lot of people, but there was no differentiation among students. And teaching at the high school level, I think that mattered a lot because of the issue of shame. And I don't want to make too big a thing about that, except to say that what I saw in that first decade before things changed and we started to try and squeeze every dime that we could out of the school lunch program, what I saw was that the mealtime was more of it was a family time. It was eating meals is always kind of the way human beings build community. And I think it's really important that every kid in that school has that opportunity to sit down and be a part of that community. And when you differentiate, or to be fair, they self-differentiate. There is shame. Maybe there shouldn't be any shame. Maybe no one should feel shame because they're poor. Lots of people in the world are poor. Probably most of the people in the world are poor. But they do feel shame, and they know the difference between the kid who can afford lunch and the kid who can't afford lunch, especially in those days after that decade when we were starting to hand kids peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or chase them down for their meals, or they wouldn't eat that day, maybe sometimes on their own volition. But I really think that this is an important bill. It's an affordable bill right now. I think it can remain affordable. I think it's something that even if there is, I don't know what the costs will be if the federal government stops paying for it. Obviously, the costs will come to us as Mainers, but I think it's important for us to fund this, even if the federal government decides not to fund it anymore. And I think really for the purposes of building that community, and that community sense allows kids to learn better and feel like they belong to that school a little bit more than they normally might in this situation. So I don't have anything else to add other than that I hope you pass this bill, and I thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions if anybody wants to ask anything.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have any questions for Dan Allen at this time, folks? Seeing none, we again would please thank you, and we appreciate you being here. Your testimony is very helpful, and we wish you the best this afternoon. Have a great
thank you.
Next up is Holly McLean, James Mayall, and Jane Snowdale.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. McLean, you have the floor.
Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Holly McLean. I am a resident of Rockland, and prior to the pandemic, my children attended South School, which serves families of Rockland and Thomaston. Today, I'm submitting testimony in support of LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free meals. I want to thank the bill sponsors for your commitment to addressing childhood hunger in Maine. Many kids in the small town I grew up in were poor, including my family. We often did not have the food we needed to eat daily nutritional meals. I can especially remember one kid at my school who was always bullied and shamed for being poor. I remember him walking by me on the bus and noticing that he looked like a ghost, so skinny and pale. Since I knew what it felt like to be hungry, I didn't want him to feel the same thing. When we had extra snacks at my house, which wasn't often, I would sneak them to school and give them to him. Now, as a mother of 4 children, I can still remember that hungry child. I am grateful that we have programs like the school lunch program in place to help families. Without these programs, many children would go hungry. When my family was homeless, a school in Knox County would give food to my children to bring home so they wouldn't starve. At that time, we lost a lot of our food stamp benefits, and we only had 1 car, so I couldn't easily get to the food pantries or grocery stores. The meals that my children were getting at school, breakfast, snack, and lunch, were a lifesaver. I believe more counties and states should adopt this process because you never know what life is going to hand you. My family did not plan on being homeless and hungry, so why should children have to suffer and go without because of situations that are out of their control? In Knox County, Maine, because the county as a whole is below the poverty level, almost every child in our schools wouldn't have to worry about food if this bill is passed. And that is what is most important. Please vote to pass this bill. Too many children in the state and America are going hungry.
Thank you, Holly McLean. We appreciate you testifying. I'm looking for questions, anyone? Seeing none at this time. Again, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your input and all that you shared. Have a great afternoon. James Mayall will be followed by Jane Snowdale and Jean Riley.
I don't see James with us currently, Senator. Would you like to go to Jane for now?
Please, thank you. Good afternoon, Jane.
Good afternoon. Let me first say thank you to all of you for allowing me to address you today.
Sure. Jane, is it possible that you can find a video to?
Is that it?
Yes.
Does that work now? Okay. I'm not tech savvy. I can tell you I know about food, but I don't know about tech. I want to thank you all for letting me address you today in support of LD 1679. My name is Jane Snowdale, and I'm president of the Kindness Programs located in Searsport, Maine, which is part of Waldo County. The reason I am here today is because my program, although is a food pantry, is a little bit different. We started out using the program to provide food to all children during school vacations and the summertime. Unfortunately, the pandemic struck, and we now serve the children of Searsport and Stockton Springs and other parts of Waldo County 52 weeks of the year. I won't go on and tell you all of the things I had in mind to say because everyone has already said them. However, there is one major component of our program that I think you should know because it is important. When children have to receive a free or reduced lunch, there is a stigma, and we all know that. And I can prove to you what Senator Troy Jackman said about a free lunch for all removes that stigma. When we started our program, in order to join, you had to register. And the only thing that we required from you was your name, your address, your phone number, the number of children you have, their ages, and if they had any food allergies. There is no economic component whatsoever. Your father could make $100,000 a year, your mother could make $2 million a year, or you could be dirt poor. We don't care. If a child needs food, you feed them. It's the right thing to do. As it turns out, right now we feed about 78 to 85 children every single week. Other weeks we do see, however, 100 to 120. The majority of our children are middle school and high schoolers. That's unusual because most of the time that's the age when children are most aware of their situations. Little children are okay. They're kinder, let's face it. But when you get into 7th and 8th grade, you know your whereabouts, you know your surroundings, and your friends know that you're the child that needs a free lunch or a reduced lunch. We don't seem to have that problem. And the reason is because anyone that comes to pick up their food banks, and we do it every Friday. They don't know whether you have no money or you live in a mansion, because we don't discriminate. And let's face it, that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like you're poor, so you're a lower class citizen. We don't want that for our children. I know you don't. You know, we live in the greatest country in the world, and yet we have a very high child hunger rate. It's not right. So all I'm going to say to you is, if a child is hungry, they deserve to be fed. And if you think that it's the parents' responsibility, you're absolutely right. But you know what? If parents can't be responsible for reasons beyond their control or reasons within their control, it doesn't matter to us. Because if parents aren't responsible for whatever reason, the outcome is a hungry child. And none of us wants that. Yes, children cannot learn if they're hungry. So I ask you today, please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snowdale. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any questions at this time, folks, for Jane? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and your insight. We appreciate it very much, and you have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
So next up will be Jean Riley and then Kristen Miali. Good afternoon. Jean Riley, can you hear me?
And start my video. There, am I there?
You are.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the technology complications. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jeannie Riley. I'm a resident of Kennebunk, Maine, and the school nutrition director in RSU 14, the Windham and the Raymond School Department. I am also the legislative chair for the Maine School Nutrition Association, and I am the co-administrator for a Facebook group called Tips for School Meals That Rock, representing over 17,000 school nutrition professionals from across the country. Today, I am submitting testimony to you in support of LD 1679, and I want to thank the bill sponsors for your continued commitment to addressing childhood hunger in the state of Maine. I have spent my entire career focusing on the nutritional needs of the children in our state, from working in the Women, Infants, and Children program as a nutrition counselor to spending the last 24 years working as a school nutrition director in several different towns. I fully believe that by ensuring optimal nutrition for our children, we are feeding the future. I believe that hungry children cannot learn. School nutrition programs from across the state are already providing healthy and delicious school meals to children from Kittery to Caribou and every school district in between. We have the skills, the commitment, the kitchens, the personnel to continue to do this, and the guidance to ensure that every child in Maine is well fed and ready to learn. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, school nutrition operators throughout Maine and across the country changed their operational service model overnight. From feeding in cafeterias, we quickly shifted our business model to accommodate families struggling to have access to nutritious food by providing curbside meals, home deliveries, and delivery along bus routes. USDA has generously provided waivers allowing meals to be provided to children at no cost to families, streamlining meal service and curbside pickup, and ensuring that any child could have access to these healthy meal benefits. The reaction from our communities has been overwhelming, and in my written testimony, I've included a couple of quotes from families. But I won't read those now, just to save you time. One of the silver linings of this pandemic has been the opportunity to feed children every day free of charge. We've been able to ensure that children start the school day ready to learn. Without school breakfast, many children would start their school day with their needle on empty. Offering a school lunch to children helps keep them well fed throughout the day and ensures that they have access to plenty of fruits, vegetables, milk, whole grains, and lean protein. Studies show, as you've already heard today, that children are eating their most nutritious meals at school. Healthy School Meals for All removes long existing stigma associated with school meals. These waivers allowing us to offer meals at no charge to all children have helped us chip away at that stigma and the implicit bias that many associate with the free and reduced school meal program. Schools currently provide transportation, technology, books, and many other services at no additional cost to the child or the family. Why do we draw the line in the sand when it comes to food? One of the most basic of human needs. Participation in school meal programs increases when meals are provided for free, resulting in increased revenue through federal reimbursements. Students who participate in school meals exhibit better health outcomes, improved overall diet quality, and decreased food insecurity, and have improved test scores and are more likely to graduate from school. Let us pay for good nutrition now instead of poor health outcomes later. I believe that Maine can lead the nation by paving the way for the healthiest, most well-equipped children in our country. Healthier children grow up to be healthier adults. What better way to prepare children than to ensure that they have consistent access to healthy school meals at no cost to their families? This benefits children, it helps families, and because many Maine school nutrition programs are committed to using local food, it also stimulates our local economy. In closing, I ask the committee to support LD 1679 for the sake of our children. It is time to feed the future of Maine. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony, and thank you for your commitment to Maine's children. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm happy to have any of you join us on our mobile meals route here in Windham and Raymond any day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for your testimony, but more importantly, for the services that you provide and your efforts on behalf of all those students. It's greatly appreciated. And
thank you.
It's nice to hear of. So, have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up is Kristen Mayale. Sorry if I missed the enunciation. Lynette Harriman after that, and Martha Poliquin. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. Everyone can hear me okay, it looks?
Yes.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Kristen Maley, and I'm president of Good Shepherd Food Bank. I am a resident of Kennebunk and proud to be represented by Senator Rafferty. We work, the food bank works with a network of more than 400 partner agencies, including over 160 schools, supporting our shared mission to end hunger in Maine by improving access to nutritious food for people in need, building strong community partnerships, and mobilizing the public in the fight to end hunger. Last year, through this network, we distributed 27 million meals across the state. We are here today to support LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. This bill provides a critical opportunity to decrease child hunger in Maine. We spoke with a teacher last week, and she shared that she used to purchase what was called community snack, or food that was available to any student for free. She would be working with students and could hear their stomachs grumbling. This was often accompanied by what she describes as grumpy behavior. The community snack provided teachers the option to offer a snack instead of disciplining the behavior. She would see those behaviors as well as academic performance improve almost immediately. Eventually, the schools started using Clink funds to support the snack purchases so it wasn't coming out of teachers' pockets. During the pandemic, the school and all schools nationwide have been able to provide breakfast and lunch for free. Not only does this eliminate the need for community snack, but the students are exposed to a much wider variety of healthy foods. Before the pandemic, 80,000 Maine children were income eligible for free or reduced school meals. We expect that the increase in financial hardship for families across the state due to the pandemic will increase this number. And yet we know that many children who are eligible are not receiving these meals for a number of reasons. Currently, parents must complete an application for school meals, providing sensitive information about their income and household, often relying on children to transport it from school to home and back to school in a backpack. This is problematic for a number of reasons. And another bill, LD 362, would be an attempt to find new ways to collect this information from families. Next, the school must compile and submit this information to receive funding for the meals. This bill would eliminate this administrative burden, freeing up limited resources for school staff to address other needs. And finally, the meals are provided to students at full price, reduced price, or for free. And as we've heard from many people today, the stigma of free meals discourages many children from participating in the program. If every child in every classroom in every school in Maine could eat breakfast and lunch for free, this stigma would be entirely removed and all students would benefit. Providing breakfast and lunch at school will increase attendance, decrease distractions, including challenging behaviors that impacts the entire classroom, not just the hungry child. It will improve academic performance and move significantly closer to ending child hunger in Maine. There is a lot of talk about the cost of this bill, but I don't see it as a cost. It is an investment. It is an investment in Maine's future. Thank you for your time today, and I encourage your support for this bill. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Seeing none, Kristen, thank you very much for the work you're doing with the food bank. And we appreciate your testimony here this afternoon. Have a great afternoon. Next up is Lynette Harriman, then Martha Poliquin, and Mary Emerson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony before you today. My name is Lynette Harriman, and I live in Limerick in the county of York. I want to ask for your support for LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. The bill will offer, as you know, no-cost meals to all students during the school day. There's a USDA waiver in place to allow free school meals for all, again for this coming year, FY21. So this bill will be needed for school year FY22 and beyond. I am a retired school nutrition director from MSAD 60 in North Berwick, and Lebanon. I was there for 30 years, and then I did another 14 years for RSU 57 in Waterboro, Alfred, Limerick, Lyman, Newfield, and Shapley. I have encountered much hunger in our schools over the years. I remember at North Berwick Elementary, the kitchen staff asked me to make the Monday breakfast as large as possible. She said the kids were really hungry coming in on Monday morning and would eat everything they had available for them. It made me sad to think that they had probably not had enough to eat over the weekend. Many people think that because a family is above the free and reduced limits, that they should be able to provide food for their children. Unfortunately, that is often not the case. Parents are both working and busy, and sometimes food is just not a priority. Parents are both working, North Berwick has two large employers, Pratt & Whitney and Hussey Seating, but it was not a guarantee that children had food available to them. This bill would also take away the stigma that so many children have to deal with in the current system of free, reduced, and paid categories for all children. We supply the bus rides and the school books, but not food for every student. Why is that? The availability of food will make a lot of difference in what that child is able to learn each day. A few dollars worth of food will make our educational dollars go so much further. I hope you can join me in making sure that all students have food available to them each day at school at no cost. Thank you for your time and commitment to Maine's children. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, folks, at this time? Thank you for your testimony, for all the work that you did while you were in the schools, and you certainly covered a lot of districts, and I'm sure had a very positive impact on a lot of students. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too.
Next up is Martha Poliquin, and followed by Mary Emerson and Megan Hannon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the honor of this opportunity to speak to you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Martha Poliquin. I'm a resident of Lisbon, and I'm the School Nutrition Director for Falmouth Public Schools, serving Falmouth, Maine. Today, I'm providing testimony in support of LD 1679. Thank you to all of the bill's sponsors and supporters for your commitment to addressing childhood hunger in Maine. I have also submitted written testimony for today's hearing, so my oral comments will be to the point I wish to accentuate this afternoon. Why do we continue to decide who can afford to pay for a nutritious school breakfast and lunch and who can't? I have 25 years of experience working in school nutrition in 4 different school districts in Maine. For most of those years, I've had the responsibility of being the approving officer for meal benefit applications. I've been the one who determines whether a family may receive free or reduced price meals or not. I see the families that don't meet the income guidelines and struggle to feed their children. They often send their children to school without breakfast and with minimal bagged lunches, or they get our nutritious school meals and ring up a large debt with our program. For 25 years, I've seen the labels of shame and embarrassment that parents apply to themselves when they apply for meal benefits. I've seen how they try to hide it from their children, and I've seen how they try to look as financially successful as their neighbors when they aren't. As you know, USDA waivers have allowed us to feed any and all children ages 18 years and under free breakfast and lunches since March of 2020. It has just been incredible to be able to feed children our nutritious school meals free of charge. No questions asked, no debt incurred. I see that we are reaching families who didn't get school meals in the past. It has leveled the food access field for children in school. No child or family has had to think about whether they have money to pay for breakfast and lunch or what they have in the cupboard to pack for a meal. You all know that a well-fed child is ready to learn and has the best chance nutritionally to reach their full potential as a member of our community and our state. Isn't that what we want? I believe you would all agree we don't want any child to go hungry, especially while in school. But perhaps you're thinking, is this our responsibility? Why shouldn't a family who can afford it, or seemingly can afford it, pay for their children's school meals? Please believe me, we don't really know who can afford it and who can't. While the USDA has announced additional waivers to allow us to feed students free of charge for the next school year, it's not a guarantee of funding, and others have spoken to what's happening at the national level. We have an incredible opportunity now to support and dedicate funds for school meals for all in Maine. Maine has the opportunity to lead the nation in this. Past legislatures have seen the value of and supported covering the cost of breakfast and lunch for students who qualify for reduced price meals. Now is the time to treat all students equally and level the field for access to school meals. Thank you very much for your time, consideration, and support of this important issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Martha Poliquin. We appreciate that. I do have a question from Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Poliquin. Coming from a superintendent of schools, former superintendent in a district where we have served free lunch for around 30 years now, recognizing the value of that. I'm wondering, I'm wondering if you would, I see that this bill requires schools to emphasize everyone still applying for the free and reduced hot lunch. I noticed that in the language of the bill. So that piece is not reduced. Do you think that there'd be a risk, if you will, that if parents know everyone's going to have a meal provided, a federal hot lunch and hot breakfast or breakfast provided, that they will say, I don't really need to fill out that paperwork, and we'll actually have less folks filling out the paperwork? And what I'm getting at is, could there be repercussions in the areas such as Title I and many other areas that require on that poverty indicator of poverty? What I'm getting at is, do you have any fear of unintended consequences in other areas?
Thank you for asking that question. And yes, I do. Just this year alone, because meals have been free for all children, in this district, we've seen a 64% decrease in the number of paper applications submitted to us for free and reduced meals. There are a couple of different ways that families qualify. One is through a direct certification list that is supported by DHHS and the Department of Education. And then the other would be to apply based on your income and use a paper or electronic form. And so, yes, families have chosen not to provide that very personal information. And it is a concern because there are so many programs that are dependent on that kind of, on that information, that economic status for funding. And families also may not know that that economic status can open up doors for them in eliminating testing fees for SATs, and it can help with their college admissions and scholarships and things like that. That's why the other bill that you have out there that would look for other ways to determine the economic status is really important. We need to get away from this particular model of asking folks to divulge incredibly personal information.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Muted myself. Thank you. Representative Crockett, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Poliquin, thank you. I knew the name rang a bell since I represent part of Falmouth. And I thought your testimony is really compelling with this issue, since Falmouth is often considered or ranked the wealthiest community in the state of Maine. So I thought it was quite interesting, and I'm guessing those who would fill out the paperwork now, a lot don't even bother because they assume they probably wouldn't even qualify. And then all of a sudden we get free lunch this year due to the pandemic. And as you stated, you know, the numbers were incredible. How many folks wanted to participate? Was that a coincidence, or was there a reason behind that?
Not knowing anyone's personal circumstances, it would be hard to comment. And not knowing how many folks their employment was impacted by the pandemic specifically, I can't offer a comment. I think it certainly just made it so much easier for folks to say, I need some help, and I would like to accept that help at this time.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, followed by Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Colquhoun, for all of your work. It's really appreciated, and for your testimony. I think that what would be helpful if we can talk about during the work session, this bill in collaboration with LD 362, and how can we make sure that somehow the two connect when we figure out a better way to collect this data. How can we intertwine them? I think Representative Stearns raises a good point, and we don't want to add any more barriers, not only for the nutrition programs, but other programs that rely on that data. So hopefully we can figure that, how we can combine those things and make sure those bills work together.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Ms. Colquhoun, for being here. I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, or maybe it's a question for workshop, but under this bill, will there still need to be parental information needed or required? Can we just simply, every kid's going to be qualified for it, so there's no need for a paper trail?
I'm not sure that I have an answer to that question. I've read the bill and that sounds like some of the details that need to be worked out.
Yeah, okay. It's an interesting dilemma that we could be facing here. Parents are reluctant to give information. We know that. And so that would be a question I'd like answered in a workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. That's a great question, Senator. I think that's kind of popped up and surfaced in the last few minutes. That we'll have to revisit that. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Woodson, I think that was the question that Representative Stearns asked about, and it is part of the bill that parents would still have to provide that information. So that's why it would be important for us to work together with the LD 362 so we can make sure that when the Department of Education is trying to find a better way to gather that data about parental income and things like that, that we're that we're combining that information. So yeah, it is definitely going to be something that we'll have to make sure it's not another barrier to making sure that we don't lose out on some of that federal funding.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And any other questions, folks? Ms. Colquhoun, you offered a great deal of information. We appreciate your testimony here. And again, sounds like you've fed a lot of kids in our area. So thank you very much for doing so.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Next up is Mary Emerson, and Mary will be followed by Megan Hannon and Melanie Lagasse.
You probably didn't hear anything I said, did you?
Actually, we did not.
Sorry.
Mary, you,
Yep,
you
I
could.
have it now.
Awesome.
Okay.
There you are.
Sorry
Thank
about that.
you. It's okay.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of
the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Mary Emerson. I am the director for the Westbrook School District. I am also the secretary of the Maine School Nutrition Association, and I am the public policy representative for the Maine Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. And I come in front of you in support of 1679. I strongly believe in universal meals for all of our students. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Westbrook in particular. About 2 out of every 3 students are eligible for free and reduced lunch. We do have issues with school meal debt. We do have some families that do not apply for the benefits, and unfortunately, they also cannot afford to pay for the meals as well. So the system is not a whole system for the system that we have. And now that we're able to feed all of our children meals at no charge, what we found was we did find a decline in the number of applications that came back to us. It wasn't as sharp as Mrs. Pellegrin found in Falmouth. We dropped about 6% in the Westbrook School District. And as I told you, 2 out of 3 of our students qualify for free and reduced, and about 20% of our students identify as English as a second language. And so one of the things that we're very, very cognizant about in the Westbrook School District is equity, and the issue of equity, and the issue of treating every student, not just the same, but seeing the value in every student so that they can succeed. And I strongly, strongly, strongly feel that universal meals are part of that. And if we really value the education for each and every student, we want to really invest in that student and provide nutritious meals if they need them. And as other speakers spoke, for families that still want to bring their lunch, that's fine. But for families that cannot afford the process, I've had kids sit in lunchrooms and not eat because their parents, made just over the limit, or they didn't want to apply or whatnot, and they knew their parent would be angry if they bring up any type of meal debt. So it's a really heartbreaking situation. I've been a school nutrition director for 15 years, and as I was listening to the stories that the other speakers gave, I was in tears. It's true, these stories that come out about meal debt and about lunchrooms, and we want lunchrooms to be a happy place where students can try new foods and they can bond with their friends, with people, and it really helps to have universal meals as part of the school day. And I'm really excited about this legislation. So I encourage you to support 1679, and this for that reason. And there's also another reason, is the urgency about it, is because I feel that having meals and no charge this year and next year, we're going to be falling off a cliff if we, for school year 23, in October 1st, 2022, when we have to start charging again. It's just going to be a very difficult situation across the state of Maine if we do that. And so I want to be part of the leadership in the country and have Maine be the leader in universal meals. And I really do strongly encourage you to support this legislation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Emerson, for being here. Just a quick little question. Have you seen an increase in participation in school breakfast and lunch program over this year when it was provided at no cost?
Over the year, yes. Initially, we were very concerned about our numbers. I think the pandemic had a lot of people scared. I mean, I even had to go in front of one class of students that they wouldn't take their mask off all day. So I feel like we have had an increase that some students were eating that weren't eating before. My numbers as a whole have gone down a bit, and we have 17% of our population that are remote. So there's that factor, and we're also not open. We are only in session, my students are there only 2 days a week. So that's another factor with it. But I think number
Yeah,
wise.
I forget to factor that factor in.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions, folks? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Emerson. We appreciate you being here, your testimony, and all the work that you continue to do. So
Thank you.
have a great day.
Bye.
Excuse me. Next up is Megan Hannon. And Megan will be followed by Melanie Lagasse and Melissa Hackett.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Public Affairs. My name is Megan Hannon. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Community Action Partnership and the Director of Government Relations for the Maine Association of Head Start Directors, and we support LD 1679. For more than 50 years, community action has served as a dynamic and community-based force in addressing the causes and conditions of poverty throughout Maine and the country. Our 10 community action agencies deliver programs and services for people with low and moderate income, including the Home Energy Assistance Program, or HEAP, Workforce Development, Current Rental Relief Program, Head Start, and more. Above all, our mission is about equity, economic opportunity, education, and the opportunity to succeed. 9 of our 10 agencies run Head Start, Early Head Start, and/or other child programs. Head Start programs have the advantage of providing all students nutritious food during the day, morning and afternoon snacks, and lunch. Well-fed children are better prepared to learn, play, and develop emotionally with each other. The process should not stop when the child leaves that environment for public school. We know Mainers are proud people. We know that we are only reaching a portion of Maine families who are eligible for free and reduced cost lunch at school. That program also entitles families for other nutrition programs like SNAP. During the pandemic, increased funding loaded directly onto EBT cards to make up for food children would normally be eating at school or in childcare. During the pandemic, school lunches were free to all. No stigma, no shame, no questions asked. As a matter of equity and inclusion, we should continue this program after this directive ends. Thank you for your time. I am happy to answer any questions you have now or in the work session.
Thank you. And do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, well, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Your testimony is very helpful, and you have a great afternoon. Excuse me. Next up is Melanie Lagasse, and she'll be followed by Melissa Hackett and Rebecca Lane.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan.
Yes. Melanie, is it possible that you have can hit the video on, please?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Why is that not staying on? There we go. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melanie Lagasse. I am a resident of New Sweden and the Food Service Director for the Valley Unified Education Service Center, serving learners in Madawaska, Fort Kent, St. Agat, Frenchville, and all of the outlying communities. Today, I am supporting testimony in support of LD 1679. I want to thank the bill sponsors for their commitment to addressing childhood hunger in Maine. In March of 2020, our schools were closed due to COVID-19. As a food service director, my first thought was, how are we going to feed our learners? So many of them rely on the meals at school as their main meal for the day. I reached out to Child Nutrition and asked about bus routes. 2 hours later, we were given permission to deliver food using buses. After a long Sunday and Monday, the Director of Transportation and myself were able to come up with a plan. Hence, the delivery of just under 262,000 meals using bus delivery. Knowing that so many of our students use our breakfast and lunch program gave us the push that we needed to make it through and to feed them through the pandemic. Not only did we serve meals, but we also delivered 400 plus emergency food boxes from our school food pantry. With parents worrying about how they were going to pay their light bill or put fuel in the house, free meals for the learners were a godsend for many. With many businesses laying off employees, cutting hours, or closing their doors, having free meals for their children is a huge burden lifted from their shoulders. This bill will help so many learners. They will no longer have the stigma of being on a free and reduced list. No other student will know because all learners will eat for free. When learners come to school, they ride the bus at no cost. Why do we charge them for breakfast or lunch? They play sports, they take gym, they have art class and music class at no cost. Eating at school should be at no cost as well. Eating is part of their day, just like French, English, and geography. If universal meals were available to all, it would help immensely. Many of the families experience food insecurity are not eligible for free or reduced meals because of the guidelines. This bill will help the single parent who does not receive child support or the family that has a huge medical debt because of an illness. The state of Maine already pays for the reduced portion of the meals for the students that qualify for reduced meals. Why not make it universal for all learners? That would be in the best interest of all learners and family. Let Maine set an example and have other states follow. Maine should be putting all learners first. I would thank you in supporting LD 1679 because all of our learners deserve to be a child and not have to worry about where their next meal is going to come from or if there will be food to eat on the weekend. Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and all esteemed members for your time and commitment to Maine's children.
Ms. Legassi, thank you for your testimony. Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you for your efforts here today to help us out and also for putting Maine students first in your mind. So we appreciate that very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next up is Melissa Hackett. Melissa will be followed by Rebecca Lane and Ryan Parker.
I don't see Melissa with us currently, Senator. Would you like to go to Rebecca Lane?
Please, thank you.
Hello. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rebecca Lane. I'm a resident of St. George and a food security lived experience advocate. Today, I'm submitting testimony in support of LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. I want to thank the bill sponsors for your commitment to addressing childhood hunger in Maine. We've heard a lot of people testify, and I've been moved by all of them. My story is my personal story as a parent. As a single parent and representative of SNAP benefits, I automatically qualified for free and reduced lunch program for both of my children. I utilized the program for 5 years, bypassing the lengthy application. I simply gave my SNAP number, signed my name, and returned the paperwork each year to requalify. Little did I know during that time that that program would not only be needed, but that it would become vital for my children. Just over 2 years ago, I suddenly became sick. I went from a full-time college student, involved parent, substitute teacher, leader of the PTA, to sleeping 20 or more hours a day, unable to hold my head up for more than 10 to 15 minutes at a time. I conserved every bit of energy I had to be awake and alert when my kids were home to keep them safe. I went from cooking a meal from scratch almost every night to teaching my children how to cook ramen and Hot Pockets and Easy Mac, slowly walking my 5-year-old daughter and my 10-year-old son how to use the microwave, dragging myself 15 feet from my couch to the kitchen to transfer the hot food to a plate before finding myself again profoundly fatigued to the point of constant pain. Not only were these foods that they could prepare themselves lacking nutrition, they were more expensive than the meal ingredients that I had always purchased.
the strawberries, the apples, sugar snap peas, carrots, cucumbers, and raspberries that my children adored were gone from my house. I wasn't able to feed my kids any longer. I was filling their bellies with empty calories to get them to their next meal at school. As some of you may know, a parent or guardian can apply for free and reduced meals at any time throughout the school year. While this is helpful for those who find their income changing suddenly, I strongly believe I wouldn't have been able to navigate the process of filling out that full application given my health at the time that I became sick. My children would have accumulated a very large bill, eating both breakfast and lunch 5 days a week for the months on end that I was sick. The idea of how this would have affected my children, especially my oldest, was and still is obviously terrifying to me. During my time as a substitute at the school my kids attended, I'd watch the older kids in the middle level open up a food bill that was meant to go home to their parents. And then I would watch these children, these same children, choose not to eat lunch that day out of fear of adding to the bill that they knew was accumulating for their family and their household. My son, Eric, would have been that child who would have done that. He would have worried silently about what him eating would cost me and our house. He would have given up a basic necessity, food, out of fear, solely due to the cost. As parents, we like to think that we shield our children from these realities, but kids are aware far beyond our expectations. Whew. No child should fear eating because of the financial burden of that food. Universal meals for all the children would help eliminate that fear. Thank you for taking your time to consider this bill and the possibility it has to eliminate that burden of eating, the fear of eating from children in our state. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Representative Salisbury.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Lane, for your presentation today. And we're supposed to ask questions and not make comments, so I'm going to make my comment and then figure that out at the end. But I think the hardest part about this bill for me is because it is so logical and it just makes so much sense. And to hear of these stories, it kills me. It just kills me. If I was there, I would probably hug you and probably get in more trouble, even if it wasn't COVID. But thank you for being such a good mom and for such a good advocate for this. And wouldn't you agree that this is really hard?
It is exceptionally hard. This is my first time ever testifying, but as you can tell, this is a matter that is very near and dear to me, especially this specific story. I've been blessed to have public speak in other areas, but testifying is a new thing for me. I agree, it seems logical.
Yeah, you did a great job. Thank you very much again.
Any other questions? Rebecca, certainly this is, it's a very difficult topic, and please understand you did a great job. And it's difficult being a mom. Moms have a lot of jobs to do, but today you were here for your own children and the rest of the children in Maine, and you should be very proud of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ryan Parker. Ryan will be followed by Stephen Bailey.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Ryan Parker, and I live in Newport. I'm also the Maine Associate Director of Programs for Food Corps, which is a national nonprofit focused on teaching kids about and ensuring they have access to healthy food through school garden curriculum, cooking lessons, and our work in school cafeterias throughout Maine, from Portland to the Katahdin region, from Belfast to Eustis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in favor of LD 1679 and act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. The Food Corps would also like to take this opportunity to thank Senate President Jackson, Speaker of the House Fecto, and their co-sponsors, many of whom serve on this committee, for bringing forward this critically important legislation. While this bill addresses a moral issue, much of which you've heard about today, mainly feeding our children, I'm here to highlight the economic benefits of passing this bill. The National School Meal Program is set up in such a way that individual RSU dining service programs are meant to operate like businesses, but they do so under a model that is pretty much impossible to succeed in financially. Dining services programs are told what they can serve, how it has to be made, where and what types of ingredients they can use, and how much they will pay for them, all without the benefit of being able to control what price they charge per meal, which is also dictated to them, often by people who have no idea what they're talking about. This is all compounded by the very real moral obligation to feed their customers, our children. It isn't hard to understand why nearly all school nutrition departments in Maine, and indeed across the country, operate in the red annually. Depending on the size of the district, this financial loss can total a few to tens of thousands of dollars every year. Statute dictates that the dining services budget is independent from the local school budget process, and that they must break even at least. Yet this is so rarely the case that state law also dictates losses in this area must be covered by the general fund of the school budget. In my district, where I'm privileged to serve on the school board, this leads to the need to raise an additional $80,000 annually that taxpayers must contribute to the school budget, which is then automatically transferred into the dining services budget. And we aren't unique. In fact, the districts that do not have this issue are the outliers, making up 5 to 12% of Maine school districts every year. Interestingly, as you've heard today, school meals are the only system within which we give students something depending on their parents' ability to pay. Providing meals to students at school should be approached the same way we approach math books and busing. Every student, regardless of their parents' income, gets equal access to those things because we recognize them as tools a student needs to succeed in school. This is true of everything in school, everything except food, which ironically is more important to success than anything else. The current system, whereby we break students into different categories, wastes shocking amounts of time, labor, and capital in our schools. I asked our district's dining services director to estimate how much time and money he spends chasing information and money to satisfy this multi-tiered system of free, reduced, and full-pay students. He estimates it takes between $6,000 and $8,000 of his budget annually, which includes the time he and his staff act essentially as collections agents and administrators for doing paperwork instead of concentrating on feeding kids. If you multiply this out across the state, taking into account factors such as budget, population, and program size, we're wasting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, not to mention the expertise and experience that would better serve our communities in other ways. Each hour these people spend doing this work is an hour they're not improving their menu, an hour they're not sourcing ingredients from local farmers, thus keeping that investment in our local economies. Studies show every dollar spent on local food by schools yields between $1.91 and $3 for the local economy. It's also an hour they can't spend and investments in specific people they cannot make that would help market their meal programs to students in ways that will drive up participation, which, if you're not sure how it works, is how school nutrition programs make their money. The more students participate, the more reimbursement dining services get from the National School Meal Program, or the USDA. These are literally calculable dollars being lost. Somewhat harder to quantify, but no less real, are the losses in dollars created over the long term when students do not get enough to eat or do not have nutrition appropriate for their physical, mental, social, and emotional development. Science is only now beginning to discover the connections between food we put in our bodies and all functions of those bodies, including those of the brain, nervous system, and development. But no parent needs science to tell us that getting food, the right kind and the right amount, into a kid changes a lot about their behavior and ability to learn, focus, and develop. Hangry isn't a real word, but its meaning is universally understood, particularly among parents of young children and teenagers. The nutrition, ingredients, and meals we're able to provide, or not provide, to students translates into very real gains or costs in our classrooms and our communities, which end up rippling through generations as these same students eventually graduate and become adults. Science is now beginning to show us a concrete data link between hunger, poor nutrition, food insecurity, and poor impulse control, lower achievement levels, inability to focus, learn, and develop. While it would be inaccurate to lay all behavior issues at our state's schools, in our state schools at the feet of student hunger, a significant number of negative behaviors are caused by students' lack of food and nutrition. Every parent who's ever tried to stretch the time between meals to get something done knows this. You're playing with fire. The moral paradox of insisting children meet certain academic, developmental, athletic, and behavioral standards while not giving them one of the most important tools they need to achieve this is real, but it also translates into costs. Behavior issues, in our schools impact our teachers who are there to teach students. When they cannot because they have to manage disruptive behavior, that quite literally costs money, not to mention the impact it has on the learning of all other students who have now had their day disrupted. And quite often, behavioral issues end up being dealt with by the principal of a school. Again, this translates into direct financial costs. Instead of coaching and observing teachers, building connections with parents, and helping develop strong curriculum, our highest paid employees spend hours each day dealing with disruptive behaviors, a substantial number of which could be avoided if every child had adequate nutrition and calories. Additionally, these disruptive behaviors build upon one another to create a cycle that has impacts into adulthood. How well a child does in school impacts nearly every aspect of their lives as adults, including income, health outcomes, crime, housing, and more, all of which cost Maine millions of dollars. In short, while the moral imperative of providing all students equal access to food in schools cannot be overstated, the legislature must also weigh the cost of any policy it enacts, or doesn't. And right now, the cost of not having universal meals in our schools is crippling to our schools, our communities, and our state. I'll close by saying it's worth noting that school nutrition operates within the parameters of a federal program, and some may seek to dismiss this as a federal issue. And that's quite true, it is a federal issue. But having that be the end of the conversation is not a solution. I was born and raised in a small rural Maine town where we took care of ourselves and each other. In Maine, when we see a problem, we fix it. We don't look for someone else to do so, even if it is their responsibility. If I live in an apartment and there's a hole in the roof, the fact that it's the landlord's responsibility doesn't change the fact that my kitchen gets flooded when it rains. I patch the hole and deal with the landlord later. If the state wants to petition the federal government to fix this problem, I hope they will. The Food Corps, as a national organization, is working on that currently, and we will stand beside Maine and any other state that wants to take up the charge. In fact, one could argue that the state has an obligation on behalf of our citizens and children to do so. As someone who used to work for a member of Congress, though, I know firsthand how slowly things move through the federal government. Meanwhile, our kids are getting farther behind because
we're going to have to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Yes, sir. Basically, that was the gist of my comments. I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do have some information for some of the senators and representatives who asked questions previously, but that might be better for the work session.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Parker, for being here. I'm not familiar with the Food Corps director, whatever the title was that you said you work for. Could you just give a brief explanation of what that is?
Yeah, sure. Food Corps is a national nonprofit. We're a member of the AmeriCorps Service Network. So we operate in 13 or 14 states around the country, Maine being one of the original states. And we place full-time service members directly in elementary schools to teach kids about healthy food with school gardens, cooking lessons, and we also do a lot of work in school cafeterias.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions for Mr. Parker, folks? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for your testimony, and I heard an offer to be available for the work session as well. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Have a good day, and thank you for your help. Next up is Stephen Bailey, and he will be the last person speaking for, and we have one person behind Stephen that's speaking neither for nor against.
Good afternoon. That seemed to have taken a little bit of a longer minute this time than before. So Very good to see you this afternoon. Very nice to be with you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, today testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 1679. School boards and superintendents support strong breakfast, lunch, and where possible, after-school food programs because we know schools are a vital source of nutrition for many of our students. During the height of the pandemic, we applauded the incredible work food service staff and bus drivers did together to get meals out to our children and families. Many of us have discussed the goal of making the food free for everyone to take away any stigma around the free and reduced lunch program. We would like to focus on feeding children instead of chasing money or determining eligibility based on various income guidelines. One issue we have, though, is the bill would cover the cost of food, but it does not address the cost of labor for our employees who prepare and serve meals. In reality, school lunch programs have typically lost money, and our concern is we will lose more, a situation that will have to be addressed in the local school budget. And I believe part of this question was addressed and raised by Representative Stearns when he was asking questions about unintended consequences and the perhaps disincentive of families not completing forms that would be required and be helpful in terms of identifying who actually is in need of free and reduced lunch. That concern is here. We use the free and reduced lunch form as a benchmark of poverty in a school district, and that designation determines eligibility for Title I funding and other federal grant programs. One example is E-rate, which is a major revenue source for keeping technology infrastructure updated in our schools. We will have to develop some alternative way of collecting data that will meet federal eligibility guidelines because these programs support student learning in a broad variety of ways. And I don't know where the bill is that was put in to identify or develop a task force to create another means of identifying how families that are in need can be identified and that information be known to schools so that the information would be then available for these federal grant programs. But that would be a definite benefit if that's could be accomplished so that we can feed our children through this bill and be able to determine eligibility for other grant programs in another way. So I would be glad to take any questions and urge you support LD 1679.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. I have a question. So the application process currently is a problem. I'm not saying that we necessarily solving that as we move forward here. So an applicant for reduced lunch has to actually turn in the application. Is it possible that a school could require that application of every student? Just as so then no one person is looking any different than the next.
Well, I do know that the forms are, thank you for the question. I do know the forms are provided to all students and they are requested to be returned. I also know that some districts require and requested that information be turned back in before other certain things can happen, such as sports physicals in the fall. But yes, the intent would be there. Now, the other thing, and I know this was another piece of legislation in terms of that application being available on the state DOE website so that could be done directly there. The same thing could be true if it were on the school website, so that could be done. And also we have the direct cert lists that are made available and made known. But somehow, yes, that information needs to be made available. We are losing and we will continue to lose, I would say, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in federal grant opportunities if our free and reduced data, slips below, critical levels. We've already had food service directors speak today about the loss of revenue based on the percentage of forms that have not been filled out this last year.
Thank you, sir. And see that Representative Brennan has the hand up as well. You may be muted, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I am trying to formulate this as a question to Mr. Bailey, but Mr. Bailey, I'm sure that you remember that we did pass a bill, Representative Millet's bill, that would allow for an electronic version of the application process to be available to school districts across the state. And the intent is to facilitate greater response because it would be made electronically. And the committee also supported a bill that I produced asking the department to provide a report on other metrics that could be used to help identify students that would qualify for free and reduced lunch above and beyond just simply a response to the form that they fill out for the school.
Yes.
So that was a question for you.
Yes, I do remember. And I think both of those efforts, would enhance the opportunity to be able to develop the data for schools to be able to use in their grant applications, as well as for E-rate and other benefits to each of the districts. So I think both of those are positive moves in the right direction, as this would be in terms of helping to serve lunches to all students.
Thank you. Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the work session, would it be possible for us to have the data about the, oh dear, I don't have the right term. It's the community lunch designation, the
CEP?
I believe so, yes, where I believe data from tax information and an overall school district or county income level reporting was used to allow school districts within that either county or municipality or RSU or whatever to qualify for that broad meal program. And if we also could take note of the possibility of using the metrics for food stamp applications, TANF, unemployment, and fuel assistance through the local CAP agencies, please. Thank you. Would you agree that would be helpful?
I think all of that data would be helpful.
Thank you. I get 2 points for that.
Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Bailey, I mean, they seem to have a lot of conversation on how do we go about the right paperwork, or do we need paperwork to pull this off? I mean, have you had conversations with DOE or the federal government or whoever we need to talk to make this as simple as possible in order to make it work?
I think that's a good question. I do think that some means of if you're going to be using this particular metric, that some means of verification is still necessary. I do think some level of having this information is critical to be able to document the status of a district in terms of its need for applying and being eligible for the other grant programs that are made available to folks. So yes, I do, whether it be paper or electronic, I do think, some means of accounting for this metric is critical.
Okay. I don't know if you answered my question, but thank you.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Woodson, I want to let you know that Walter Beasley from the Department of Education has said that he'll be available for the work session. And I think that he can answer some of the questions about how we can go about doing that.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions of Mr. Bailey? Yes, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bailey, as you read the bill, do you see it as the language in the bill really pushes for local school districts to get as many students as possible, families as possible, to return the federal paperwork? And that will have a direct bearing on how much or little the state of Maine will have to reimburse each district for each meal. Is that how you read the current
Yeah.
language?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Any other questions, folks? Seeing none, Mr. Bailey, again, we thank you very much for your testimony. It's very helpful. We appreciate your insight, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
I believe the last person speaking on LD 1679 is neither for nor against, and that would be Greg Palmer.
Hi, folks.
Hi.
Got me okay. So Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and esteemed committee, my name is Greg Palmer, and I am the superintendent of schools for the Brewer School Department. And I apologize for my phone and not being appropriately addressed, but I am cleaning one of our buildings because we're short on custodians today. And so today's work includes cleaning. I was, first of all, I've learned that if you're neither for nor against, you're going last. So officially from now on, I'm for. But the reason I put that in, and I would reference and not repeat the comments from Alyssa Roman and Anna Corson and Steve Bailey and Martha Poliquin, who I worked with in Falmouth. I was a principal at Falmouth High School for 8 years. And I would agree with everybody. The reason I said neither for nor against is because I don't think this is a bill that can afford to fail. And because it is so deep inside the belly of the beast of federal and as that intersects with state regulation, I think the chances of that a really important bill with nothing but the purest essence of good at its center could create problems that I just think it has to be gotten correct. And I think in Brewer, just to cite a specific example, we run a really efficient, really well-run lunch nutrition program. It never runs behind, ever. It pays for itself, and we figured out, our excellent food services director has figured out how to make it intersect with all the regulations that currently exist in such a way that we're fine. And so we can make sure that the kids are getting what they need and we're not blowing a hole in our budget. So essentially, I would argue that in its own way, this bill has been enforced since sometime after March of 2020. We've been living with these conditions, and we have been thrilled to tell families that we're going to feed them through the summer at no cost. And then when that was carried over to this school year, we were absolutely elated. And we're still where we are. The reality is that for the first time ever in Brewer, we're running a $125,000 deficit in our food service program. And if that keeps up, then we're going to have to make that money up. And so no one wants a bill to feed all Maine students, which is crucial, ending up causing budget deficits that have to be made up in other programming, which would just create a need for other bills. So I just think that the way this intersects, and you've talked about it some, Steve Bailey talked about it, about what this has to do with free and reduced lunch rates and Title I and E-rate and all the rest of it. A lot of schools make the money work. It happens in their a la carte offerings. Kids are getting free and reduced lunch. We're doing this, we're doing that. We didn't have hardly any a la carte offerings this year. Now, That's partly because of COVID. We were in a hybrid for much of the year. It's partly because we had to package up the food in such a way that no one else touched it. And that's just not a, you can't really run a successful a la carte branch of your food services program in that way. So I think that the easiest way, as soon as you have to have families fill out forms, and we've tried, and our free and reduced lunch forms went down dramatically. We tried the other federal form that we could get to cover, and we got some of that done, but not enough to make up for it. As soon as rightfully so, as soon as families understood that their kids could eat, they were done filling out forms, as would I have been. And so I think the other bills that are in this session are really important ways to make that happen. And Steve Bailey just talked about that some with you all. I would contend as soon as people are filling out forms, it's going to be hard to get that done. If we could, in free and reduced lunch in a federal program, that was all fabulous when it first began. And now it feels like a block that we have to get around. And the purest form of this bill is kids come to school and they get food and no one's charging anybody and they go home and there are no forms to fill out other than the fact that you're a registered student in your school. But that's not the pool we're swimming in. And so I just would caution, I think the devil is truly in the details here. And if I had to live with one or the other, I'd rather feed all kids and have a budget deficit, but we're gonna have to figure out that budget deficit too. The goal here is to is to have this happen in a budget neutral way. And currently with the mishmash of things that are going on, that's not where we're at. And I think it's where most of us are at. I think when Lisa Roman spoke, she seems like an expert and she talks about 5 federal grants and, we just don't have that staffing and we're not there. And so I think we're doing what a lot of districts are doing. I think a lot of districts as a result this has caused a deficit, but we all want it too. So I just think it's complex and I just will caution to figure this out as best we can to have it be as budget neutral as possible. And that's all. I appreciate your time and I don't mind going last because actually I heard a lot of great testimony. So I was kidding about that.
Thank you. We do have some questions, I believe, and Representative Roach, please.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and thank you, Mr. Palmer, for being there. And pretty cool that I think I have a superintendent like you that would just jump in and start doing the work if it just needs to be done. I remember one time I pulled in the parking lot and he was picking sand out of the cracks in the tar. It's grass out of the cracks in the tar, and I was laughing. But I'm
just worried that we're going to get complaints that the rooms weren't clean enough.
Just a quick question. It's just something that struck me, and I know you and it's probably got nothing to do with the bill, but it's just a question because it hit me when you said you're running a deficit in your school lunch program for the first time. You will be using some, or are you allowed to? I guess that would be my question. There's a lot of money out there. I know Bangor got like 6.7 million. There's a lot of money being spent, and if you're only going, hybrid and then things like that, so you'll be able to make that up with that money, right? Or you're not allowed to?
We'll be okay. I think, the way that food services programs work, they kind of their own cost center, they're walled off a little bit, but we'll be okay for this year. Those programs, the aim is that they pay for themselves or that the deficits are small enough that you can cover it. Right now is the craziest time of school funding in my 25 years in school. There's all kinds of money around and most of it's going away. And up until recently, most of it is hyper targeted. And so it's not easy to just say, well, we had more snow removal costs this year and there's lots of federal money. Federal money is super targeted and difficult to use effectively. We figured out how to do it, but yes, we'll be fine this year. But I think the point is, if it goes on without fixing these holes that are going to exist, it's going to be a problem eventually. And I should have said this as well. The number of kids taking lunch and here's a key, taking the breakfast in the morning absolutely has gone up. So the good side of this coin is we can feed more kids and we are feeding more kids. One of the reasons why the breakfast went up, sometimes things are so subtle, aren't they? They went up because of COVID. We couldn't have them in the cafeteria. They had to be spaced in their classrooms and we brought the breakfast to them. And so it's just like, it's interesting the way things go sometimes, but the number of kids we're feeding healthy meals has increased. and maybe the quirk of the a la carte thing, maybe that will be fixed when we're back and there aren't distancing issues, and maybe it won't, but I do know that we're not alone. I think there are millions of dollars missing from the budgets of Maine schools if you added it all up, as a result of where we're at. And I just think it's just like a loophole that has to be figured out. That's all.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions of Mr. Palmer at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank you.
Your testimony has been very helpful and it's given us great insight. So keep up.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
We'll be up doing the white glove test tomorrow morning.
Take it easy on me.
Take care. Sam, I believe we've heard from everyone.
I think so, Senator.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to call the public hearing on LD 1679 to a close and open our next hearing, which is on LD 1705, which is an act to support Maine students who are dependents of current or former members of the military. And I believe our first speaker testifying this afternoon is a sponsor, Senator Baldacci. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say good morning, but it's well into the afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Senator Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is made up of the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. I am here today to present LD 1705, an act to support Maine students who are dependents of current or former members of the military. The idea for this bill came to me through meetings and discussions with the Northeast Regional Liaison at the United States Defense Department, Christopher Arnold, who has submitted testimony to this committee for this bill as well. Bangor is the home to the state's largest Army National Guard and largest Air National Guard base in the entire state. They are located at Bangor International Airport, meaning that Bangor and the greater Bangor area would benefit greatly from this bill, as will our servicemen and women from all across the state. Everyone knows that this is not uncommon for service members to move frequently for various reasons. Moving can be extremely challenging for service members, spouses, and children as they have to resettle into new communities that they now call home. This bill is an attempt to make it easier on students and military families to settle into their new school. The bill establishes the Purple Star Schools program administered by the Department of Education to recognize school administrative units that provide strong services and support for military-connected students and their families. Purple Star Schools are military-friendly schools that have demonstrated a commitment to students and families connected to our nation's military. These will be schools designed specifically to help support the unique situations facing military students and their families. The legislature has previously endorsed the concept of the Purple Star Schools, the designation of which would be implemented with this bill will help military families that identify schools that are knowledgeable about the procedures and have experience in dealing with the transition issues for the families. The bill will also allow military parents undergoing reassignment or relocation to enroll their children in the Maine virtual school network. This will allow credits to transfer from their current school to their new location. The bill will also allow military children to finish the school year by virtual learning if needed. For military families experiencing relocation, virtual schools can be an incredible resource. Lastly, Maine is one of many states where students can lose their in-state tuition eligibility if the military sponsor is assigned out of state. 31 other states have created laws that prevent this from happening. protecting students and military families. This bill gives us an opportunity to make that 32 states and do the right thing for our military families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any questions for Senator Baldacci at this time? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and Senator Baldacci, good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
And two quick questions. There's a reference in the bill to students being eligible for virtual, to attend virtual charter schools. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly that means. That a student in the state of Maine would be eligible to be attend virtual charter schools. Would there be a particular prohibition in this case that would have to be overcome with the legislation?
Well, I think that's to encourage the school districts to allow that as an option. But yeah, there's there is not an affirmative prohibition on that at this time. That's correct.
Okay. And thank you. The second question, the way I read it, is that the participation of a school to become a Purple Star school, that's totally voluntary?
Absolutely, yeah.
And that the department would essentially put together a program, and then if a school district chose to participate, they would apply and get that designation from the department?
Yeah, it's completely voluntary. I certainly would not make it mandatory. And it really is depending on the community, whether they want it or not. There are some communities like Bangor and the greater Bangor area where there's a fair number. As I said, we have half the Air National Guard, and we have the largest Army National Guard base in the state are here. So there are many military families in this region, but it certainly is just up to the individual community.
And lastly, I'm sorry, there's a third question.
Yeah.
But the last reference in the bill talked about that a spouse or a child, they'd be eligible for in-state tuition. I thought if a parent was a resident of the state and the child was a resident of the state, they would qualify for in-state tuition.
So I would look at the information from, I think it was Becky Smith from the Maine Community College System, who because that's not currently the situation. I know what you're saying, but I'm not sure the residency meets up with that. But Ms. Smith, I think, recognized that situation, but she also suggested an amendment to the language so it was clearer. But so that does exist at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Representative Brennan.
Any other questions, folks, for Senator Baldacci at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for being here today. Good luck with this moving forward, and you have a great evening.
You too. Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, and members of the committee. Thank you.
Forgot that we have other speakers. My apologies. Taking too many notes. Next up, we have two folks that will speak for the bill. First is Christopher Arnold, and the second would be Stephen Bailey. Mr. Arnold, you have the floor.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and your co-chair and the honorable committee members. The Department of Defense is grateful for the opportunity to support the policies reflected in LD 1705. I am Christopher Arnold, the Northeast Region Liaison at the United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office. Our mission is to be a resource to state policymakers as they work to address quality of life issues for military families. I will be mindful of brevity as to not repeat much of what was said in our written testimony and begin with the section of the bill that impacts higher education. Also, we are grateful to our MIC3 Commissioner Tyler Backus and Brigadier General Young for their insight that they've been providing. We were glad to see the University of Maine system issue a letter of support and have joined what has so far been unanimous support for the policies reflected in this bill, which in that specific section will close a potential loophole where a child or a spouse of an active duty service member can lose in-state tuition eligibility if the military sponsor is assigned out of state. The Department of Defense believes that a spouse or child of an active member of the armed forces assigned to duty in a state at the time of a dependent receiving a letter of acceptance should be deemed an in-state resident for the purposes of determining tuition and fees, regardless of the service member's follow-on status, provided the student is continuously enrolled. The bill also enacts the DoD best practices for advanced enrollment, Purple Star schools, and virtual schools. The Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children provides opportunities for assistance during transition, but does not address these three areas which were identified and developed after the compact was formed. Together with in-state continuity, or in-state tuition continuity rather, all four of these issues have been placed in the department's top 10 list of prioritized personnel and readiness issues. With over 1,500 active duty military school-age children and 4,300 National Guard and Reserve children attending school in the state, Maine is in a unique position to have a positive impact on the educational experiences of military children and families. As with most statewide K-12 education policies that set a baseline level of support, specific guidelines not prescribed within the language of state policy are left up to districts for local implementation. LD 1705 addresses this challenge by allowing military orders to be accepted as proof of residency for the purpose of enrollment in a public school by children of members of the armed forces. LD 1705 will further help schools aggregate and centralize knowledge so that critical information is easily accessible to students, families, faculty, and staff by creating a statewide Purple Star Schools program. Purple Star schools are military-friendly schools that have demonstrated a major commitment to students and families connected to our nation's military. Designated schools have met specific state-designated requirements to support the unique situations facing military students and their families. A couple of districts could pull this off by writing up what they already do, but a Maine Purple Star school will not only serve as a badge of honor for the school and the district, but as a recognition of the effort that signals to incoming families that they will be welcomed and well supported. Finally, LD 1705 will enable military parents during reassignments to enroll their children in the virtual school network when they need to finish or remain enrolled in a specific course that is not available at their next duty station. With the enactment of this bill, Maine will become one of the first to offer specific language to help military children continue their education when moving from state to state through virtual education. Among other factors, school quality impacts basing decisions. The Air Force already releases an annual scorecard on how supportive states are of airmen, space professionals, air guardsmen, and their families when it comes to transferring professional licenses and support for transitioning military-connected students. Pursuant to last year's National Defense Authorization Act, the other military services will soon begin similarly assessing and evaluating each state's support for these and other quality of life metrics. This legislation is not only beneficial to the 1,400 active duty folks in Kittery or the 5,600 guardsmen and reservists in the Pine Tree State, but the active duty population at the Naval Communications and Telecommunications Master Station Atlantic Detachment Cutler, the Navy SEER School in Redington, Naval Support Activity Prospect Harbor, the active duty Air Force folks at the Defense Finance Accounting Service in Limestone, the Portland Military Entrance Processing Station and recruiters throughout the state, ROTC instructors, including those at the University of Maine, the close to 90 or so permanently assigned active duty personnel within a short radius of the former Naval Air Station Brunswick, most of whom support shipbuilding in Bath, and of course our active Guard and Reserve contingent, including those at Bangor Air Guard Base and so many others. In closing, let me say we are grateful to Senator Baldacci of Penobscot and the House co-sponsors for helping shepherd this important legislation through the Maine State Legislature. I'd also like to recognize and thank Ms. Kristen Ferrulo, our school liaison at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, Major General Farnham, and Commissioner Backus for all their hard work and efforts on behalf of military children in Maine. Their work will be directly and positively impacted by the adoption of the policies within this bill. On behalf of DoD, we thank you for considering this legislation. And as always, as liaison to the Northeast, I stand ready to answer whatever questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question from Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Arnold, for being here. Representing Sanford, we have a huge labor force at the Kittery Portsmouth Navy Yard. Is any of those employees, are they considered military?
Roger, so I believe there's around a 6,000 civilian population in addition to the 1,400 Navy folks. So I'm not certain whether any of them are, considered active duty by virtue of, let's say, being a contractor. I suppose that would be really a decision for the education department how to classify those individuals. I would imagine there's a strong percentage of them that are at least members of the reserve or guard and would benefit directly from the provisions of the bill.
Okay, and I guess what I'm trying to separate is simply being an employee of the Defense Department does not qualify you as being in the military. Is that true?
Correct. So in some states where they have made similar policy goals, they have extended the provisions to DoD civilians, such as in Kentucky, but that is not DoD's policy aim. We are here to support military families.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Roach.
Just thank you, Senator Rafferty, and thank you, Mr. Arnold, for being here today. Let me try to get on my witness protection program look here. Look, I just realized how dark it is. I do this wherever I go. I try to. I read your bio, and I just want to say thank you for your service. I read that you're a combat veteran, and anytime I see or hear anyone speak, this is probably not a question, but I just want to say thank you for your service and thank you what you continue to do for our servicemen. I do appreciate that very much. That's it.
Roger, thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you both. Any additional questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for your testimony today, and most importantly, thank you for your service to our country. We appreciate
Thank you, Chairman.
it. Have a good day. And our last person up this afternoon is Mr. Bailey, Stephen Bailey.
Good afternoon again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I am still Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association. I'm testifying this afternoon on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association, both in support of LD 1705. Our associations support the intent of this bill, which is to be welcoming and accommodating to students whose parents are in the military. Districts have some experience with this in Brunswick when the Naval Air Station was open, and we know the school districts in Brunswick and Kittery have experiences that they could share as well. We did not take a position on the part of the bill regarding the university and community college systems or Maine Maritime and defer to that experience. However, we do encourage your support and passage of LD 1705.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. Do we have any questions of Mr. Bailey at this time? Seeing none. Oh, yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Bailey, I'd ask you the same question I asked Senator Baldacci. Can you clarify or explain the reference to the charter schools in the bill?
I think from what we've heard and what we discussed in terms of its interpretation, that it would be the virtual charters, and that there would be the opportunity for a student who would have enrolled and had the opportunity to continue in some cases actually enroll actually before they started their tour of duty here in Maine. So the student actually would be enrolled, within a Maine school or within the Maine school program to be able to start their educational program, or perhaps to be able to continue it if their family were to move out of the state of Maine.
So,
In that particular case, for me, it's a matter of identifying that they would be able to maintain some continuity and that disruption would not occur based on them having to start and stop within a bricks and mortar school.
So if a family were located out of state and were intending to locate to Maine or be relocated to Maine, they could enroll in a virtual charter school prior to the actual physical location in the state?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, folks, or need of clarification on anything? Seeing none, Mr. Bailey, again, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it, and you have a good evening. I believe that will end our hearing on LD 1705. Unless there are some surprises, Sam, I should have asked that first.
No surprises, Senator.
Okay, and thank you very much. So at this time, we are actually going to transition from public hearings to work sessions. And in doing that, I am going to be passing the gavel to Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for managing these, the two previous public hearings that went on a little bit longer than we expected when we scheduled those. So anyway, hopefully we'll be able to work through get through the work sessions a little bit more quickly, given that we're supposed to start at 1:30 on the work sessions. But nonetheless, we'll make the transition to the work sessions, and we have three listed at this point, which is 1640, 1684, and 1679. I believe that we've been asked by Senator Daughtry to move LD 247 till tomorrow. And Ms. Risler, does that schedule match up with yours, as well as Mr. Baker? Does that match up with your schedule? It does. Great. Okay, so we will officially open. Representative Cloutier had asked that we do her bill first, which is 1684, but she had to have that done at 1:30. So we'll pass that deadline. So we'll go ahead and stick with the order that we have. And we'll open the work session on LD 1640. And I would ask Ms. Risler to provide the staff analysis. And I also understand that Senator Keim has presented an amendment.
All right, good afternoon. So this is LD 1640, which is an act to enact the Campus Free Speech and Free Press Act. The bill enacts the Campus Free Speech and Free Press Act, which applies to state public institutions of higher education, namely the Maine Community College System, the University of Maine System, and the Maine Maritime Academy. It establishes the right to use the campus of these institutions for free speech activities and prohibits the limitation of expression to so-called free speech zones. It also protects student journalists and their student media advisors, although it does not authorize or protect expression by student journalists that violates federal or state law. And it also creates a cause of action against a public institution of higher education and its agents to be filed by the Attorney General or any aggrieved person for injunctive relief as well as damages. The committee heard testimony at the public hearing that the bill seeks to uphold the counter-speech doctrine, which is derived from the theory that audiences or recipients of expression can weigh for themselves the values of competing ideas and hopefully follow the better approach. The bill was developed with the idea of safeguarding free speech and in consultation with the Maine ACLU and the Foundation Rights in Education. The bill seeks to address issues surrounding campus free speech, such as disruptive behavior, excessive security fees imposed for events that might create friction, training for staff and students, and a time-limited cause of action in state court. The bill seeks to ensure that Maine's public institutions of higher education remain open to differing views, where substantive argumentative debate thrives amidst deliberations of divergent perspectives, and not suppressed because the ideas put forth are thought by some to be offensive, unwise, immoral, or wrongheaded. And that the key to the bill is creating that state cause of action, as federal remedies focus on injunction, which may become moot when a student graduates. Opponents of the bill testify that the law is unnecessary, as the provisions it covers are already covered by the First Amendment. That means public higher education institutions fully support free speech on the campuses, and there are no examples of conduct in the state that warrant the imposition of the regulations that the bill would impose. That expanding the traditional public fora to all publicly accessible outdoor areas will have unintended consequences, and that the bill may lead to the public higher education institutions fighting multiple claims in both state and federal court arising out of the same incident, which would increase attorneys' fees and would be costly for the colleges and universities. There was also some testimony in neither for nor against, and that free inquiry is a fundamental purpose of public higher education. And University of Maine's policy makes clear that one person's claim to exercise their right to free speech may never be used to deny another person's right to free speech, nor can expectations of civility and mutual respect be used to justify restricting the discussion or expression of ideas or speech that may be disagreeable or even offensive to some members of the University of Maine community. And there were also some concerns raised about the liability for the university with respect to student journalists due to the university being the publisher of the student journal. Some very quick background information for you. The Education Committee during the 129th did consider a similar bill, although that was not an identical bill. The majority of the committee ultimately voted to amend the bill into a resolve directing the Attorney General's office to review free speech on college campus and university campuses. The bill did have a fiscal note and died on the special appropriations table upon the conclusion of the 129th legislature. I also just provided for you very briefly an overview of some of these issues and what they arise out of from the Congressional Research Service. It's just a quick overview that I thought might be helpful. One of the questions had to do with how many other states have enacted this type of legislation, and I did provide for you, and I'll just open briefly, although I'm not going to go through it all the other states that have created some or all of what's in front of you. It really varies by state, which you can see. And as was mentioned during Mr. Coward's testimony during the public hearing, that some states have enacted some parts and some have enacted other parts. There is no preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time. And as Representative Brennan mentioned, the sponsor of the bill did ask me to forward you a amendment which struck the provision regarding the education and for the students and the administrators regarding all these policies. I think there was a concern attempting to be addressed about the administrative burden on the higher education institutions. However, because of the very quick turnaround, as I mentioned in my email to you, the sponsor asked me to send it out even before she'd had a chance to look at it. And so she may want to speak to it if she's available as well.
Are there any questions at this point of Ms. Risler about the bill? Sam, is Senator Kine here with us?
Not currently representative, but she was invited to the work session.
Okay, so Ms. Risler, do you want to walk through the amendment with us?
I can. You'll need to give me just a moment to pull it up. So the proposed amendment, so this is the full bill, and the proposed amendment on page 4 would strike this provision here regarding the policy training and education.
Okay, and that's the entirety of the amendment.
That's my understanding, though. As again, I know the senator did want to probably want to speak to it.
All right. Are there any questions of Ms. Risler about the amendment? Okay. Representative Stearns.
Not so much a question, more of a comment that it is rough on, we're all in the same boat, I know, but it is rough on someone when they're scheduled for 1:30 and we're starting after 4 o'clock. The senator might live in another state by now, who knows?
Was the senator contacted to let her know she was up?
Yes, Senator Woodsum, shortly before the public hearings concluded, I sent email to Senator Keim and her aide, Meredith Charity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are no questions for Ms. Risler. And there are no questions from the committee in general. So at this point, I would entertain a motion. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion of ought not to pass on LD 1640.
And I would second that motion, Mr. Chair, if needed.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Salisbury, and thank you, Representative Dodge. Representative Crockett was eager, but he wasn't quite quick enough.
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded, ought not to pass on LD 1640. Is there Representative Salisbury? Your hand was still up, so. Okay. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just share that because less than half of other states in the country have passed such an ordinance, because of my concerns when I saw the possibility of legal fees, legal fee amounts that might result from a case or cases, the expansion of the traditional public fora phrase made me concerned, along with the possible unintended consequences of the bill, are the reasons I am not supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I see, Sam, you had your hand raised.
Yes, Representative. Senator Keim is with us in the attendees room now.
Okay. Would you allow her to enter?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in the meantime, while waiting for Senator Keim, Senator Woodsum, did you still have a question?
No, I just going to alert you that Senator Keim was available now.
Okay. So Senator, welcome. Thank you for being with us. And we have heard the staff analysis, and we also heard Ms. Risler give us a brief summary of the amendment that you had offered. And at this point, if you'd like to comment on the amendment or any additional comments, it would be appropriate at this time. There has been a motion made ought not to pass on 1640 and it has been seconded, but we are still in the discussion stage. So again, if you'd like to comment on the amendment or on the bill, feel free.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. I would only add that I would be eager to amend the bill if there was something that the committee found was worth retaining, because I think it is really important. I think students would really appreciate, and I think it's a good, it's a very good effort on our part to solidify the right to free speech and making sure that students feel that comfort and know that we support them in that. I think things have definitely shifted recently where it's become more questionable. And I did work the bill, like I said before, with ACLU and with a freedom of speech advocacy group. There are other states in the nation still considering this legislation. And I think it would be good for Maine. I'd be happy to work on an amendment if there's something further that is glaringly obvious. I did miss the public hearing, most of it. But I did speak with the analysts and try to cover what seemed to me to be the biggest issue, which was around preparing materials.
Thank you. We appreciate those comments. And at this point, Senator Woodson, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Senator Kine, for coming in. Would it help you if you knew what some of the objections were from the committee members to formulate possible further action or amendment?
That would be helpful. I don't know. I didn't hear what the objections were, but I also know that we're late in the session. So if there isn't interest of the committee in my bringing forth an amendment that addresses concerns, I definitely don't want to waste anyone's time. But I do think this bill is very important, and I think it's at a critical moment in time for students all across the nation.
Senator Woodson did ask a question. If somebody on the committee chooses to answer, they can. And I see that Representative Salisbury does have her hand raised.
It's down now. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Kime. I appreciate you being able to come back. I did make the motion not to pass on this bill. And I do appreciate the work that you did creating the bill and then the amendments. I'm just not convinced that there's an issue here that we need to solve. I am just not convinced it's something that I think I've heard from some of my colleagues on this committee looking for a solution there where there isn't a problem. And I don't know that this, I'm just not there at a point where I feel like this is something that we need to create this this bill. But I do appreciate the work that you put into that in your proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And next I had Representative Sampson and then Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just make a comment based on what I just heard. The reality is this is a problem. It's a big problem. And the reason you haven't heard about it is because their speech has been squelched.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. My comments actually, Representative Salisbury kind of echoed my thoughts, but I understand that the comments during some of the testimony alluded to some situations in the nation, but I looked and kind of tried to follow up. I don't see that those currently exist in Maine, and I, in general, find that colleges are quite open to just about every type of thought that's out there. And so that was my thinking. It just didn't seem like we had a problem that needed to be fixed, to be honest with you. And I thank you very much for your attempt in doing so, but that was my difficulty in terms of support.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have had some skirmishes, if you will, some issues, particularly on the larger campuses. I haven't heard nearly as much on the Maine community college campuses. My concern, freedom of speech on college campuses, is more at the cellular level. The professors and instructors have an enormous amount of latitude. And I have, over the years, heard from people who have really struggled expressing their view in a class and suffered to the point where they would fail a course by not by sharing a different view than what the professor might share, or the associate professor, or whoever was instructing the course. That's a great concern to me. And it's highly magnified, I think, compared to what the issue we've been talking about at the K-12 level. So I'm going to support the bill. Just one more document, if you will, to make sure that we're really creating an even playing field and truly supporting freedom of speech. But I do think the area where we have more problems is in the classroom itself.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. We have Senator Woodson had a question or a comment.
A question, I guess, which probably surprises you. Senator Keim, how did this bill originate? In other words, how did you come about submitting it?
Thank you for the question. It came about from me recognizing what has been happening nationally with the voices that have been shouted out or quieted. I also have had a lot of, because my own children are at the college age and they have been through the University of Maine system, I've had a number of students come through that express fear about their viewpoint being different from what's accepted. And this bill doesn't exactly address that, but what I felt that it did do is it set the stage. It sets up what we believe to be important, which is freedom of speech for all viewpoints. And these students have very frequently, I have heard that they don't want to say what they think because they're afraid of the grade they'll get. They're afraid that their professors will not give them the opportunities that may be available to other students. And that needs to be addressed, but it can only start to be addressed globally because each one of those situations happens sort of in isolation. But if we globally keep pushing the message that free speech is the bedrock of our society, and we do that as legislators, I believe that that trickles down. I believe that that sends a message to these students that they should be speaking out and sharing their opinions. That's education. You know, we want them to debate. We want them to disagree and to work out what's the best path forward. And I think this is a solid foundation for our schools to be working off. And I personally love the message that it sends to our students as a body of legislators.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will ask our clerk, and Sam, before we read the roll, I just want to respond quickly to Representative Stearns' comments. For 7 years, I taught at the University of Southern Maine as well as the University of New England. I taught both graduate classes and undergraduate classes. I taught hundreds of students. Not once did I have a student complain to me about my class or in general that they felt stifled in terms of free speech or didn't have the ability to express their opinion and comment. And certainly not once was anybody's grade affected by what they said in class in terms of comment. Their grade might have been affected if they didn't say anything at all, because participating in class was part of the grade and part of the expectation, but not because of any particular content. And I dare say, and all the time that I did teach, I never had a student in general outside my class come to me and complain or feel that their speech had been stifled. So that being said, well, maybe that shouldn't have been said because we now have a comment from Representative Stearns, Roach, and Senator Woodson.
Yeah, I would just comment that I never alluded to you ever having done that, Representative.
I know.
I would also say that the vast majority of instructors at our universities and community college campuses, probably, I don't know the percentage, probably 97 to 98% would never conduct themselves in that way. What I was alluding to is the very few can cause a lot of harm.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And I say this, and I tell you, every time I've walked on campus, which is a lot, and I'll be honest, it's mostly to go to sporting events now in my time, but before it was to go visit colleges with my son and stuff. I never thought free speech was one that was stifled on most of the campus I walked on. As a matter of fact, a lot of times I wish it was stifled at times. But I do think, I wasn't going to say anything, but when you raised your point, I wonder what years you teach because at these campuses, because it has changed, much like the country's changed, right? I mean, I see it every day in here. You have to stick together, Dems and Republicans. Never happened. 1960s, the bipartisanship was at 60%. 60% of the time you voted with your party. Now it's over 98% you vote with your party. So times have changed. It's great that you didn't teach that way, but we all know there are teachers. I mean, I just fought the anti-bias bill with you guys, in teaching in high schools, because I don't believe in that bill. But at the same time, we know it happens to a few people. And I think, I'm not sure I'm for this bill, and I've been debating this bill in my mind for a lot today, but it does happen. And you can't compare what you taught even what you taught 2 years ago to what is going on today. As we all know, the times have changed big time. And there is some times where teachers are using that piece and stifling some people's point of views. And that's just the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you that's the way it is.
Thank you, Representative Roach, and Senator Woodson, and then Representative Lyman.
No, I guess I'll pass on this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of wishing my daughter was here right now because more than once, I thought I had my mic off. Sorry. More than once, my daughter came home from college and was very frustrated because she was in school when there was some pretty big social things going around the campus. And she was very frustrated because she felt like some voices were very welcome to have freedom of speech, but other voices were not. And I was very surprised and really didn't know that was going on to the degree that she said it was. And she was taking advanced placement classes and stuff in college. They were reading some really sophisticated books and having open discussion. And even in her own classes, she sort of got pounced on. She with some of her own feelings. It doesn't matter where she stood on them, but the idea was she would come home and say, and she's 30 years old, so she's been out of school for about 6 years, and it was a big issue for her. So, talking as a parent from a college student that absolutely felt that way right here in our state, I think it's worth us considering and hearing. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Lyman. And Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Lyman and, of course, Senator Kimes. We need to talk about this more. And Representative Roach is absolutely right. Things have been heightened immensely over the last few years. And I would suggest, depending where you are, folks on either side of the issue have felt somewhat repressed. But I do believe, and based on the testimony we got from the humane system, they are well aware of this and are working towards making sure free speech is priority one. And, I certainly want to give them a chance to do that before we dictate what we think they should do. And for that reason and others that Representative Dodge referenced earlier in this particular bill, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this point, I would ask our clerk if he would read the roll or call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
Yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Roach.
No.
Representative Roach votes no. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. And Representative Stearns.
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. All right, Representative. So we have 6 in favor of the motion and 5 opposed. 6-5.
Okay. And the minority report is Representative Stearns ought to pass as amended?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being with us, Senator Keim.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Yep. And Representative Roach, just to answer your question, the last time I taught was 2018. So it was in the last year or two, but it wasn't back in the 1960s. So thank you. We'll now move to the next LD we have, which is LD 1684. And I would ask Ms. Risler if she would do the staff analysis. And I did get a text from Representative Cloutier. Is she also available? Sam, if you could bring her online while we have Ms. Risler do the analysis.
Yes, Representative.
All right, so this would help if I shared my screen. Sorry about that. This is LD 1684, which is an act to strengthen Maine's workforce by expanding English language acquisition and workforce training programs. The bill directs the Department of Education's Office of Adult Education to develop and implement a grant process to award grants for adult education programs to increase English language acquisition instruction in communities experiencing an increase in immigrant populations or demand for that instruction, and to administer an industry-specific English language acquisition and workforce training program for immigrants in the state, and establish a statewide competitive grant process to carry out the purposes of the program. The bill also provides funding for the industry-specific language acquisition and workforce training program and grants to increase English language acquisition instruction. Oops, sorry about that. So the sponsor of the bill did propose an amendment at the public hearing, which would replace the bill with a resolve establishing a grant process to provide funding on a competitive basis to adult education programs to SAUs in communities experiencing an increase in immigrant populations or demand to reduce the waiting list for English language acquisition instruction offered by the communities, and to provide industry-specific English language acquisition combined with workforce training in the specific skill areas required for identified workforce needs of the employers in the state. I know the sponsor also sent you a revised proposal through me this morning, but I haven't had much of a chance today to really dig into that, and so I may leave it to the sponsor to go through that for you, although I'm happy to pull it up on the screen. Proponents of the bill testify that expanding adult English language acquisition is defined as the #1 immediate action priority in the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation and the Futures Supporting Maine's Foreign Trained Professionals report in April of 2020, and that Maine has a workforce shortage, but due to numerous barriers, including English language abilities, cultural differences, and work visas, many immigrants and refugees have difficult finding employment in their related fields in the state. There was no testimony either in opposition or neither for nor against. So just one quick issue for consideration. As I mentioned, the original bill did provide $600,000 in each year of biennium for grants for the adult education program to increase English language acquisition in communities experiencing an increase in immigrant populations, and did provide $400,000 in each year of the biennium for grants to service providers to provide industry-specific English language acquisition, instruction, and vocation training, and to place immigrant populations in the state with employers in the state. So one thing the committee may want to consider is whether you want to make an appropriation for either or both of these for the grant process to move forward. Certainly, whatever the committee decides in terms of an appropriations for these grants would impact the fiscal note on the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Risler. Are there any questions at this point for Ms. Risler on her bill analysis? Seeing none, I'll now turn to Representative Cloutier. And Representative, there was an amendment that you had hoped to offer.
Yeah, so it was actually just some language kind of cleanup. So Hillary, I don't know if you could, first of all, before we get started, I just want to say thank you all for hanging in there this afternoon, because I was in a marathon AFA meeting earlier. And so I appreciate you all being here and trying to still have working brains. So Hillary, if you could bring that up, that would be helpful for me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and I can actually make it big enough for you to read too, if you want.
Great. So can you scroll down a little bit? So basically what we wanted to do was make sure that folks were understanding that there's an increase in sort of straight ESOL in this bill, but also an increase in the industry-specific ESOL. So differentiating between those two things because they are different. And then we removed the word vocabulary because vocabulary is inherently included when you're talking about English language acquisition programming. And then we removed the word or, I think, a little bit further down. Oh, yeah, right there. And that's it. So if folks have questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. But it was really, like I said, a language kind of clarification and cleanup.
And Representative Cloutier, that thank you, because I was going to ask what when you talk about industry-specific language, what exactly did that mean?
So it creates the workforce training program, and when we're talking about the workforce training piece, the language acquisition courses would be specific to what that job is. Okay,
thank you. So does anybody have any questions of Representative Cloutier on the amendment that she has offered? Representative Stearns.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I didn't have a question particularly on the amendment. I have more of a general question.
All right. Does anybody else on the committee have a question of Ms. Cloutier, Representative Cloutier, in regards to the amendment? Does anybody have any questions of Ms. Risler on her analysis? Representative Dodge? No. Does anybody have any questions of Representative Cloutier on the bill in general?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Cloutier, for being with us this afternoon and for your travels back and forth and around. Could you just clarify for me, am I understanding the amendment correctly, that it expands this beyond adult education in some way, by including the SAU language? Does that change the grade level, the focus, or am I not understanding that exactly, please? Thank you.
So I don't think so, but I would ask Beth Stickney, who helped me work on this bill, might have a better understanding of that. She's been sort of working on the language of this. Like I said, we've done this 3 sessions in a row now, so she may have better clarification on that for you.
And Sam, is Ms. Stickney available?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, and while we're waiting for her, Senator Woodson And Representative Stearns, did you have questions? Representative Woodson, Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, sir. Representative Cloutier, does this bill, does it zero in on certain geographic areas? In other words, Portland, Lewiston, Bangor. I mean, where are the needs of this bill?
So it's throughout the state, and it's more specifically targeted to, I think, areas that are looking to increase their workforce and who might want to attract new Mainer population to come and fill those gaps. It also targets communities who are seeing an increase in new Mainer populations. But again, the grants are competitive, and they would be it would be based upon which areas are applying. So for instance, Belfast, I think, is in need of workers and looking to attract folks. And so their adult education department could apply for one of these grants. If you think about, I think that you guys also heard LD 1329, and that was the Navigator program for adult ed. So if you think about the way that structured the hubs across the state, that's sort of the same kind of model that we're looking at here.
Well, do you have specific data? In other words, there's a great need in 45 towns or areas, or?
So I think some of that was addressed in the public testimony. I know that Bill Grant from our adult education, Monique Roy from Augusta Adult Education addressed some of those questions.
Well, would the, you mentioned the Navigator, I forget the bill, but could that be used as a vehicle for your bill?
I don't think so. It doesn't address the workforce training piece. And it also, that program is really meant to create folks or create positions that would help folks navigate through the system, as opposed to money for instruction or, like I said, the workforce training piece.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Stearns with a question, and then we'll go to Ms. Stickney to answer Representative Dodge's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that Senator Woodson really asked most of the questions that I'm looking for. So nothing would prohibit an adult education program from that is, if this Navigator thing makes it through the legislation and that comes to be, that same region that would be one of the 4 new regions could also apply for these monies as well.
Yes.
And I guess I thank you for that answer. I thank you, Senator Woodson, for asking those questions. And I guess my comment would be, along with those 2 programs, boy, I don't know how much else is out there. We have such a plethora of money coming into this state, and in such a variety of programs, it's very difficult to keep track of it all. I guess that's a good problem.
Okay, Representative Dodge, did you want to restate your question for Ms. Stickney?
Sure, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stickney, for being here this afternoon. Sure. My question was around clarification of the relationship between the regional adult education programs and SAUs. And I'll develop that just a bit more, wondering about a student coming out of a local high school, if this wouldn't also increase capacity to have them continue for higher language skills for future jobs.
Well, the original bill and this bill has been around now for 3 sessions, and each time it's been written to provide funding and programming, the job skills, combined ESOL job skills, as well as the straight ESOL, through school administrative districts and their adult education programs. So, school administration districts do have adult education programs, and they're the best bang for the buck in the state. They're extremely competent. They know how to do adult education. And there are certainly plenty of programs for people coming, out of high school or who don't even complete high school to get their high set and then go on and do other continuing education. I believe Gail Sinise, the Department of Education's Director of Adult Education, I believe is on this monitoring the work session as well, and she could probably answer in more detail. But the idea of this was because it was not only to help expand capacity where there were waiting lists and just not enough ability to meet the existing demand, but we also wanted to make sure, as Representative Cloutier said, there are communities that want to attract immigrants. They're desperate for workers. And I've had in my role, people from communities like Belfast and others say, we want, like Puritan wants to get, wanted to get immigrants up to, its area, in the Pittsfield area and whatever. But if you don't have an ESL program, an ESOL program, people won't come, or they might come and then they'll leave because they know their key to success is improving their English. So if they have no English, they need some. If they have some, they need more. If they have great English, that's spoken English, they need more academic English. Everybody knows when they're an immigrant that English is the key to both being able to just navigate in the world and talk to the person at the grocery store and the pharmacist. Let alone to be able to succeed in one's career, and maybe get back to the level of career that one had in one's home country where one might have been a professional. So the idea was to, make sure that, because there are private nonprofits, for example, that have ESOL programs, but they tend to be located in Lewiston and Portland and places where there already are immigrants. We wanted to make sure that communities that don't have immigrants yet and want them can try to get some of this money. And then the other, I just want to address a little bit the other question about 1329. 1329 is complementary to this bill and was designed to be. So a navigator might assess an individual who is a 10th grade dropout, native Mainer, and say, okay, here are the variety of careers out there, and this one seems like it might be of interest to you. So here's what you need to do. First, you need to get your high set, because you never finished high school. Then you might want to get this mini credential that we offer, and you can do that really inexpensively. Then after that, you might want to go to community college and, all the sort of building blocks. Well, for an immigrant, it may be, you need to get into this English class because your English isn't good enough. And then working with employers, 1684 will allow employers to collaborate with adult ed programs to come up with trainings, even if, that may not exist yet. But if they then exist in 1329, the navigator can say, we know about this training where you can also do ESOL and job skills training, but you have to have this basic level of ESOL before that training will work for you, because you need a little bit more English than 0 to take advantage of this. So the two are meant to work together.
Thank you. I did have Representative McCray, but Representative McCray, you were next.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stickney and Representative Cloutier for being here. And I don't know which one of you I want to direct this question to. I live in a very rural area. And when I heard somebody say, in areas that are anxious or in need of employees and a workforce, I don't know what part of the state that would not apply to. I'm drop dead serious. I'm not trying to be, but what I am concerned about is, let's say in an area like in northern Maine, where the population in a lot of districts really doesn't even support an adult education program in a small school. With this grant program that you envision with this bill, and I love the bill, I truly do. But with this grant application, would there be provisions in there that make it so that it would apply to rural areas and not just the immigrant centers such as Portland or Lewiston or what have you? Are there ways that this will be metered out in a smaller scale into the smaller communities in the rural parts of the state? That's a rambly question, but it's a sincere one.
I think again, I might defer to Gail Sinise, who's helped with curriculum development and whatnot, and has a really good handle on the geographic dispersion of programs and whatnot.
So
But
Beth, can I just jump in for 1 second? So Gail is actually not on this webinar. She was watching like sort of on YouTube. So I just asked Sam to send her the link. So hopefully is she here, Hillary? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
she's in.
Thank you.
Yep, she is in. Sorry, thank you for correcting that. What I was going to say is, for example, the Maine Dairy Industry Association testified in support of this bill, specifically because a lot of the dairy workers are Spanish speakers, native Spanish speakers from Latin America, and they would like to actually develop more trainings for those workers so that they can attract new Latinx workers to join the ones who are already existing, and also so that they can move up in their sort of animal husbandry skills and sanitation skills and whatnot. And so they're excited about the opportunity to work with adult ed to develop a curriculum that part of the design of this program is that the classes can be offered at the work site, just like the Barber Foods classes that were offered for years and years were located at the employer, not at an adult ed center. So, and that is the design of this, is that classes can be offered at the work site, and it can be a collaborative curriculum development and job skills ESOL training between adult ed and employers.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
And next I had Representative Stearns, Senator Woodson, and Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that Representative McCray took the opportunity this time to steal my thunder, because he asked a very similar question to what I was getting at. And the bottom line is, oftentimes the smaller school systems and the smaller adult ed systems in the rural parts of the state do not have the horsepower when it comes to writing sophisticated, filling out grants. And when I hear the word competitive, I like to be competitive, but sometimes that doesn't work out too well. And when I heard Ms. Stickney talk about Puritan, near and dear to my heart, just down the road from where I'm sitting, and we have a very vibrant adult ed center and higher education center. We work closely with the community college in Bangor. So I would be, and it kind of gets back to my first question. I don't want to see duplicative programming going into immigrant centers, if you will, but let's get these good people all through our state where they can find out all about Maine. And there are plenty of opportunities and great places to live in our area. I'm wondering if there's any way to, for us to specify in the bill that that would be one of the components that it would be not a priority, but a consideration or a strong consideration for areas that are looking to expand in and grow a workforce. I don't know if that's possible or not.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Stearns. I have Senator Woodson and then Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I'll wait until Ms. Sinise is available, and maybe between Ms. Stickney and Cloutier and Gail Sinise, they can answer my question. So I'll wait.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Representative Salisbury.
I'd like to defer to Representative Cloutier. I think she was going to answer some of the questions that were just raised.
So I just wanted to say that I think some of that language is that Representative Stearns was asking about is already in the bill.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, did you have a question?
I just wanted to say that, you know, I'm in favor of this bill. I've seen how helpful this program can be just in Westbrook, and I can see the need for this. And I think it's great that it does talk about expanding this out into other parts of the state. In my opinion, one of the greatest things about Maine is that we are welcoming to these new Mainers that are wanting to come and live and work. And I think it's important for us to be able to offer these opportunities for them to be able to do that. So when it's time, I'll be supporting this bill.
Thank you. Representative Cloutier, and in regards to Representative Stearns' question, could you point to that language in the legislation, or would you be amenable to us adding something that would reflect his sentiments?
So could Hillary bring it up again, please?
I think I'll highlight one section to which you were.
Right. So here it is right here.
Okay. Cover all areas of the state with emphasis on areas with large immigrant or where there's need for skilled workers and training under this section may provide.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Stearns, is that close to what you were thinking?
And that shows up in both places, just so that we're clear. So it's under the industry specific and the English language acquisition. So it's under the straight ESOL and the industry specific piece.
My apologies for getting so close, but my eyes are old here. To answer your question, Representative, it is, and if I were king, I would make it the office shall consider grants to cover areas where there is a need for skilled workers, that training, in other words, we've said two things there. We've said that there's everywhere in Maine needs skilled workers. We know that. And this one says that there are really two priorities. One is the area where there are a large population of immigrants, and the other one is area that needs skilled workers. That's just my comment.
So I think not to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Representative Stearns, but I think the potentially if I heard what you said correctly, just the addition of opportunities and growth opportunities was what you had mentioned. So it was also skilled workers, large immigrant populations, and industries that were poised to grow. Is that?
That would be helpful. That would be very helpful.
Okay. All right. And Representative Cloutier,
I was just going to say, sorry, the only thing I would be doing a real disservice to my own district if we were to remove the language around large immigrant populations. And so I would be opposed to that piece. But I think if we're talking about growth, that, to me seems reasonable.
I don't think Representative Stearns was saying to remove it. It would just be to add those two words of growing industries. Is that correct, Representative Stearns?
It is, but being a country boy, I have a natural apprehension that that we'll pass this, and all these monies are going to end up duplicating services in large metropolitan areas. That's just it's hard for me to rid myself of that after.
Well, I think it will take strong advocates, elected representatives, to make sure that that doesn't happen in Guilford.
I take that under advisement. Thank you very much.
Okay. Representative McCray, and did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I thought you were going to end then next. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm a little bit concerned about Representative Cloutier, the requirement of large immigrant populations. Where I am, the only large immigrant population I have is migrant workers working in broccoli fields. So that's where, and that's just temporary. I mean, that's just seasonal. So they're probably not going to be too crazy about going to school. But I do think that we definitely have the need for a skilled labor force. So if one of the qualifications is a large immigrant population, I would be concerned that unless you had that, you probably wouldn't have a snowball's chance of getting a grant. Maybe I'm just being paranoid.
So can I respond to that? So I think that the conversation we just had, was that there's the or language in there, right? So it says a place with a large immigrant population, or the language that we just talked about with Representative Stearns. So it's not defined to either one of those things. You can have either of them. So if you're a community that has a large immigrant population and you need to build their skills, then you would be eligible to apply for a grant. If you are a community that is looking to build a workforce, or what was the language that we just talked about, a growing industry,
right?
Then you would also be eligible for one of the grants. Go ahead.
That would be either or, but not necessarily both.
Yes,
fine.
That's correct.
And
I also just wanted to, at some point, I'd love for Gail Sinise to get called in, because I think that she can add some clarity to some of this as well.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting for her.
I think she's here.
I'll bring her in now, Representative.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just need the cue from from a chair or a member or somebody. I can't just move people.
Well, while we're waiting, can I just say one technical amendment? I noticed that when Hillary put the amendment up on the screen, there's one thing that changed from the copy that I sent in, and it's just a technical thing. So Hillary, would you mind, Representative Brennan, can I ask Hillary to just pop that up? Because it's just a little, it was just a format thing that changed that shouldn't have changed. Okay, so Hillary, if you can you scroll over so I can see the left margin? Thanks. So under section 2, I don't know why that's different, but that number one that's by the header, English language acquisition, that somehow is crossed out. It's not crossed out on mine. That's supposed to be there, and there isn't supposed to be a 1 down where the A is, the crossed out A.
Yep, I can take care of that, and yeah, any of that formatting stuff we'll definitely clean up before it, and as it goes through the revisor's office as well, before it comes back to the committee for that final review. But I see exactly what you're saying, and can certainly fix that technical formatting issue.
Thanks.
So thank you for joining us, Ms. Sinise. And maybe I'd ask Senator Woodson, did you want to restate your question?
Yes, thank you very much. I guess, I mean, how do we estimate or come up with a amount of funding for these grants if we don't have a specific or a real good idea of the need in various parts of the state? In other words, how many programs do you anticipate would be using this? In other words, you must have some idea of the need in the state of Maine, or this bill wouldn't have come forward.
So we have seen increasing movement of people who could benefit from this bill moving throughout the state. And I can provide exact numbers when this session is over and get that to you, but they're growing in places where they haven't been before. And I think we have to, in my mind, it's all about relative impact. So that's not necessarily large numbers in large communities, but any place where there's a need can make a big difference in even the smallest communities. And we see people in need of English language acquisition moving out throughout the state. And I'd be happy to provide those exact numbers and locations if that would be helpful, Senator.
Well, it would, but we're sort of up against a timeline here. So, I mean, I guess from my limited experience, I mean, I could see Turner. I've heard today Belfast, possibly Washington County. I don't know, but I mean, I have an interest in the bill, but I think we're missing some information that would help me.
Right. And there's also Biddeford, Skowhegan.
Yep.
There's so there is movement, and I apologize, I don't have those exact locations.
Okay, thank you.
Were there other questions for Ms. Sneeze? Okay. So now we've amended it in a way that somebody who lived in Guilford that wanted to expand a growing industry in bees and needed skilled workers would be eligible. So, any other questions?
Mike, don't quit your day job, okay?
I was kidding.
I know.
Any other questions of Representative Cloutier or of Ms. Sneeze? Of Ms. Stickney? Seeing none. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass as amended.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Representative Stearns.
No, I did have a question for Ms. Sinise.
Okay. Senator Rafferty, did you have a second?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, ought to pass on LD 1684. And Representative Stearns, you had a question of Ms. Sinise.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sinise, before I referred to the large amounts of money coming into the state from the federal government COVID relief funds, are you aware of any programs in the works or monies that would provide training services such as these English language work readiness type skills that are in the pipeline out of those dollars?
I have not heard of those yet, and perhaps someone from the department can address that, but we're all kind of working with other agencies to align.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I have Representative Salisbury and Representative Rafferty. Senator Rafferty. Representative Salisbury, do you have a question? No. Okay. Senator Rafferty, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. And Ms. Rizzler, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. For the ought to pass as amended motion, does that include the amount of the grant, the appropriation that was included in the original bill?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Senator Whitson.
Could you remind me what the original amount was to be raised? Money.
Yes, the original bill provided, so for the general English language grants, it provides 600,000 in each year of the biennium. And it provides for the industry specific language acquisition was 400,000 in each year of the biennium, for a total of 1 million in each year of the biennium.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none. Representative Stearns.
Yeah, I really have to tell you that I am absolutely torn on this bill. You know, I like the idea of it. I like the concept of it. And then I sit and think for a moment, and we're going to borrow or propose to borrow $100 million to fix roads. And I sit and think, with the amount of money coming into this state, we're going to borrow $100 million to fix roads. And that's what gives me the heartburn about adding another fiscal note, putting it on the table. So I'm completely torn on the bill. Thanks for letting me vent.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to speak for a moment and ask if perhaps Representative Cloutier is familiar with a program called Mano a Mano in Washington County, where we have provided some language instruction, fluency work with some of our Spanish-speaking immigrants who have come to that area. And I don't have numbers, but I do know that some of that population, who I believe perhaps came under J1 immigrant status, temporary workforce, as referred to by Representative McCray, have chosen now to become citizens and live in Down East Maine. And so I will be voting for this bill with great joy and hope. Thank you.
Can I just take a second and respond to that? So yes, I am familiar with that program. We actually, I think it exists in other parts of the state. And in my day job, I work with college students who do some volunteer work with that program. So I'm pretty familiar with that. And then I just wanted to, in response to Representative Stearns's comment about funding, there's this great Maine Jobs and Economic Recovery Plan that came out of the governor's office. And being on AFA, we're spending a little bit, as you can imagine, time with this. And there is a part in here that speaks directly to employment and growing our workforce. And so I think that there's some opportunity to possibly leverage some of that funding, so that, I don't know if that eases some of your heartburn or not, but I thought I would throw that out there.
It's just like a Tums.
All right. Senator Rafferty.
Well, I think that Representative Cloutier kind of hit the nail on the head, but I was going backwards because I like Representative Stearns. It is kind of frustrating. There's tons of money, and you think that we have could find all the answers using it. But as we heard in earlier testimony from Greg Palmer, that federal monies are always so targeted that it is difficult. It's not like they don't say, here's the money and you guys decide how to use it. They just, there's so many restrictions. So I feel your frustration and share it, but thank you.
All right. Senator Woodson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm torn on this too. I don't know. I may not vote for it, but I could change my mind before we get to vote on it in the Senate. So I just need to think about this some more here.
Okay. Representative McCray.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Have you gotten a second for this motion yet?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So, okay. Any other comments or questions? All right. I'll ask our clerk if you could call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Hopefully, yay. Thank you.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman, not with us. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Roach?
No.
Representative Roach votes no. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. And Representative Stearns?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Representative, it's 7 in favor of the motion, 3 opposed. And the minority report?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Representative Cloutier, for being with us, Ms. Stickney for being with us, and Ms. Sensei. Thank you all for being here and answering our questions. And we will hopefully be able to get all the language in the right place with Ms. Risler, and we will have language review fairly quickly.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your engaged discussion today. And Senator Woodson, if there's anything I can do to get you to a yay between now and your vote in the Senate, I'm happy to do it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll close the work session on LD 1684. And we will now move to the work session on 1679. An act to address student hunger, which we just spent a considerable amount of time in a public hearing. And again, we would ask for a staff analyst at this point. Ms. Risler, I know this is a challenge to you, but if you could do the best you could, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. So here's the very bare bones analysis. This is LD 1679, which is an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals. The bill requires the state to pay the difference between the federal requirement for a free breakfast or lunch and the full price for a breakfast or lunch at no cost to the students who are ineligible for free or reduced price school meals. It also directs the schools and school administrative units to request parents and guardians to complete household income forms to determine eligibility for various state and federal food assistance programs. And this bill also directs school administrative units to the maximum extent possible to maximize participation in the federal school meal programs. We don't have a fiscal impact statement yet. So a couple things I want to touch on just very briefly. Walter Beasley from the Department of Education is available in the attendees room, and I know that he probably has a lot of information and can answer some of the questions that did come up during the public hearing in regards to this bill. I also just wanted to remind you, two previous bills came up during this public hearing. The first was LD 362, which is the resolve to require the Department of Education to form a family income data collection working group. And that was the resolve to see about finding other measures or other indicators for these federal programs or for other things that they could be used for. Just to remind you, yesterday that bill did get reported out of committee, and it was majority ought to pass as amended report was accepted by the House and passed to be engrossed as amended by Committee Amendment A in the House and sent for concurrence in the Senate. So that's where that bill is currently. The other bill that you did have in also related to this issue was LD 961, and that is the bill that had to do with making sure that that application is available electronically, the internet-based application. And that bill has not been reported out of committee yet, although the committee did vote it, and I believe has done language review, or if not, is language review on it. So that is really all the information that I have for you, and would guess that probably you'll want to hear from Mr. Beasley in the department to address some of those questions that came up earlier.
Okay, before we get to Ms. Beasley, are there any questions of Ms. Rosler? Okay, seeing none. Are there questions for Mr. Beasley? Representative Dodge, you did have a question?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. May I proceed?
Okay. Sam, could you?
He's joining us, Representative.
Allow Mr. Beasley to join us? Welcome, Mr. Beasley. It's good afternoon, early evening. Thank you for staying with us and being with us. And Representative Dodge had a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I think it's two questions, but I'll put an and in since we're all about following protocol. The first part of the question is about the community eligibility provision, and how schools were able to qualify for that. Did those qualifications include other data and metrics around food stamps, TANF, unemployment applications, fuel assistance, and average wage or income for the geographic area? And could that information and those metrics please be included in some way moving forward with this bill? Thank you.
Okay, so CEP, Community Eligibility Provision, does have conditions, requirements to participate. One of the requirements, or the major requirements, is 40% of the students enrolled have to be what we call in the direct cert list, which is students that are eligible for SNAP. So if 40% of the students eligible for SNAP on the list, they can participate in the CEP Child Community Eligibility Provision. That's the biggest one. The others are just making sure that they can do it financially and accountability, things like that. It's a very easy system. I forgot the second question, sorry, or the second part of the question.
The second part was, and I'm thrilled to hear that the SNAP already is intersected with this whole deal, but is there a way not to have to rely on paper or internet applications, but to also integrate in a similar way to the SNAP being used as an eligibility requirement for the community eligibility program, to utilize food stamps, TANF, unemployment, fuel assistance, and average income in the county or the SAU, so that we're not relying solely on parents returning forms or filling out forms, please. Thank you.
So the current regulations under USDA, they have to submit and mail benefit applications either through paper or through online. The application is very detailed and requires specific information for USDA. So for the CEP program, eligibility method to apply overall, we could not use that. To add on to that, though, what I would do for the state of Maine children is, if this bill should pass, because we know we need to get the numbers up to get the federal money to come in. So the options, we're in the process right now, soon to be released, July. We have a program we're releasing to encourage the meal benefit applications directed to parents. We're looking at PSAs and things like that to explain the importance of these applications, because they're not filling them out. They don't work. They don't understand. It's tied to the computers. It's tied to all these other programs out there they really need to know. The other part that I'll add on to is the question about the resolve in the committee. DOE, from my understanding, already as a committee has been working over a year to determine another way to get economic data information. Schools that are CEP are already using an alternative method to get that information. So there's something in place that's currently working. What I would like to see happen if this bill passes, we're looking at school year 23, which is a year away. I would like the opportunity in school year 22. I have some thoughts in my head that I would like to petition or request a waiver from USDA, so we would not have to do a meal benefit application. I have some ways that I think we can work around, hope that they work with us to get that waiver, that ability to do that. I think, and I strong think that USDA is going this way. If they don't go with a universal free program across the country, the state's going to run them over and make them do it. So.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Mr. Beasley?
Yes, I do.
Representative, okay, I had Senator Woodson and Representative Salisbury.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Beasley, so what you just said was that to make this work, we need to get the numbers up. Is that what you said?
If we talked about, and you heard, I think it was Mr. Parker talk about the financial stability of the programs, you need to have good participation. The more kids you feed, the more students you feed, you're not increasing your labor dollars. Labor is expensive. So as your meals go up, your federal reimbursement increases, but your labor expenses don't increase. So we need to increase our participation. We need the kids to eat. We need to look at different ways to promote it, and things like that.
So you would hope this happens in 2022 year, right? Because the timeline you mentioned 2023.
Correct. I'd hope that it got passed now, so I have 22 to set things up and try to eliminate the application, for example.
Okay, and it was said that the state would have to pay the difference of the cost, covering the cost that the federal government doesn't pay. Do you have any idea on what that cost would be to implement this program?
I lost you.
Well, it was someone, I think it was Hillary maybe, said that the bill states that the state would pay the difference. In other words, federal government's going to give so much money to school lunch program, but it doesn't cover the whole cost, and the state would come up with the balance. Do you have any idea what that balance would be to cover the cost of this program?
So what the bill says is the state will pay the difference between the free reimbursement rate and the paid reimbursement rate. So the free reimbursement rate right now is $3.58, and the paid reimbursement rate now is 40 cents for lunch. That's just lunch. In the information letter, the testimony that DOE sent over to you, you'll see in there that it breaks down what we anticipate that cost to be. And the cost is, I believe, $34 million to give them breakfast and lunch at no cost across the state.
And this is per year, not a biennium, per year.
Per year.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Representative Salisbury. Representative, you didn't have a question. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Beasley? Any other questions for Ms. Risler? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in no rush, but when you're ready, I'd love to make a motion here.
Well, right now I'm not seeing any questions, so please feel free.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I move LD 1679 ought to pass. Is there an amendment on that right now? Or is it straight up?
I don't think we have any amendments.
Okay.
If I may,
Fiscal note, we'll need a fiscal note. So I would second that 1679 should pass as amended, please. Thank you.
Okay, as amended.
So it's been moved by Representative McCray, seconded by Representative Dodge, ought to pass as amended. I have Senator Woodson and Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, sir. Hillary, you mentioned in your analysis 2 other food bills that would be coming before us. Can you summarize how those tie in with this bill, or the differences?
Sure, they're not directly related. I mean, there's no conflict. They're sort of doing slightly different things. The LD 362 was the bill that had to do with identifying those different mechanisms for eligibility that Mr. Beasley also talked about, other than the forms that are currently used for the school lunch programs. And then that was LD 362. And the other one was LD 961, and that had specifically to do with making sure that those applications are not just paper-based, but actually internet-based, so they can be filled out from someone at home, and if they don't have to take the paper home copy and give it to their parent and bring the paper copy back in.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I keep going back and forth. I was getting some information from Anna Corson from Full Plates, Full Potential. And just in talking a little bit more about the CEP program, one thing that she pointed out, just as a clarification and some more information about that, about, that the schools are allowed to participate in the CEP with the 40% of their students being eligible, but it really doesn't make fiscal sense until you get up to about 62.5% students eligible. The good news around that is that the Biden administration has proposed a plan so that schools that are at that 40% would get 100% reimbursement. And the reason I point those things out is because I find myself another point with a bill like this where we're at a good point where the administration is supportive of these and they recognize the need. So there are funds available and federal programs that are going to align with this, but they're looking to states to start the ball rolling, to see their commitment. And that's why I'll be supporting the bill.
Thank you. I have Representative McCray and Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tried to sneak in as Representative Salisbury was finishing her testimony all those many hours ago on this bill. And I really wasn't able to do that, and I really didn't have a prepared statement, but I really felt inspired to do that. Well, I couldn't really get in, but I figured I'd have a shot at it right now. So thank you. Ms. Ronan and Ms. Riley and Ms. Lagasse and Mr. Parker kind of hit on things that I had written down that I thought should be said, but I made a list and they picked away at it. but it's still, the list still survived a bit. We've had on the committee, this is my third term on this committee, we've had bills to stop lunch shaming, meal shaming, breakfast after the bell, carry meals to the rooms. We've had numerous bills that have been chipped around the edge and have made some advances. This one to me is the ultimate. We go through a lot of things. We bus students to school, even if they live 200 yards from school sometimes. We issue them laptops. We issue them all kinds of school supplies, the infrastructure itself, the gigantic infrastructure, the extracurricular activities such as sports programs, music programs, drama and art programs, school clubs. We supply them with great teachers and great support staff. We provide them with all kinds of things, all to teach them the best way that we can. And then we don't allow them to learn in many cases because they're too darned hungry to learn. They're worried about their bellies and not their brains. And it just seems to me like darn poor investments. If we're making this amazing, I think Senator Pouliot said it was around $3 billion. We make this great investment and then we don't feed the kids so that they can take advantage of everything we've done for them. So why do we do this if we are not going to do everything we can do to make the kid ready to take advantage of all we are trying to do for them? Well, that sounds like a lofty speech, but I believe it with all my heart. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. I have a lot of issues on this bill and the whole concept of it, but I agree with what Representative McCray just said, but it's really boils down to the parents. And is that income based because the kids are hungry, or is it culture? Has parenting changed? I don't know what the hell the answer is, but as many doubts as I have on the issues facing hunger, I am going to support this bill.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just comment very quickly that I understand the value of just serving lunch, period, and it's taken care of. I get it. But there are, in my opinion, this bill is moving at rocket speed. And there are, for my taste, there are far too many possibilities of unintended consequences. So I'm not going to be able to support the bill for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will, Mr. Beasley, thank you for being with us. And I will ask our clerk to call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
Yes, excuse me. Ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Stearns.
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. All right, Representative. So we have 8 in favor of the motion and 2 opposed. The minority report, please.
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to everybody. And that concludes the work session on 1679. And our work sessions for today. So just for 2 seconds, I'd like to go over what we expect to do tomorrow. And I also, some people have some questions about next week. So what tomorrow is looking like is that at 9 o'clock, we will have a public hearing on LD, what is it, Hillary?
1760. Oh, sorry. That was a Hillary question.
What, Sam?
1716.
1760?
16.
Okay, 1660. That's a after deadline bill from Representative Millette. And I'm not going to make any assumptions about how long it will take, but we do hope they'll be relatively short. That will be at 9 o'clock. And the reason we had to schedule it is that if we went into next week, we had to get approval from presiding officers to schedule a public hearing next week. So we will do that at 9 o'clock. And once we're done with that, we will move into the 3 CDS bills, which are 135, 255, and 386. After we've concluded our discussion about CDS, and it's don't know exactly what time that might be or not be, we will then work through the list of tabled bills as well as carryover or bills that we have tabled that we either will act on or we will choose to carry over. And as you know, the limit for us on carryover bills is 12. And at least my counting of the bills, we're not quite close to 12. We also have included in that list LD 1705, which is the bill we heard today, which is Senator Baldacci's bill. And so we'll be simultaneously, quote, holding a work session as well as a vote on that bill. We also have had another bill that was referred to us from Senator Jackson, which is LD 1727, which has to do with sexual assault on college campuses. And he has asked that we would carry that bill over, and we will carry it over without a public hearing or a work session. We also have on the list LD 414, which is the Town Academy bill in regards to CTE funding. And that was tabled earlier this week. So I know, Hillary, did I miss anything? Or Sam, did I miss anything?
You did.
Okay.
We also have scheduled LD 247, which is Senator Daughtry's bill that we were originally going to work today. And we also have a work session for LD 1206, which was also Senator Daughtry's bill, which was the governor's bill, I think, which she was working on. So that one needs a work session. The only thing I'll add is that for LD 1727, which is President Jackson's bill that was just referred, although you'll not be holding a public hearing, you will technically be holding a work session just for the purpose of voting on its carryover status.
All right. And 1206 was what?
It's the governor's bill. And let me just pull it up.
That's the one with the museum, the three.
Yeah.
With what? What was
It's an act regarding the terms of office of the director of the Maine State Museum,
okay.
Commission,
Well,
State Librarian, and Maine Arts Commission.
We do have that listed. I'm sorry, we do have that already listed. It's one of the tabled bills that we have to go back to.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a friendly amendment, if I could, on our schedule for tomorrow. And that is, I'd like us to avoid the mistake that we made today. Right now, our schedule says we're starting all those work sessions at 9:30. We're not going to finish at 9:30 our public hearings and then our CDS work. So perhaps we can pick another time to start so we can let people know that are potentially coming for the work session that it's not going to be 9:30. Just
So the only caution I have, and this is also from some past experiences, is sometimes when you pick a time that's too late, if things do move quickly, you can't start the work session until that time. But perhaps maybe Sam Baker could send out an email to the IP list just reminding everybody that there is a public hearing at 9 o'clock. And so we're not sure exactly what time we're going to start the work sessions.
Right, because we have the LD 1716, and then we have the 3 CDS bills, right?
That's the work session. Those are work sessions on those.
That's
bills.
not the public hearing.
No,
Oh, I thought you said that was the one at 9.
no.
So yeah, and we can probably tell, do we have people signed up? Oh, it's just the public hearing. Yeah, do we have people signed up to speak for the LD 1716?
Can check now, Representative.
But in any event, it probably would be good just to send that out because we don't want to have that same expectation where people are.
Oh, 2 pages.
Yeah. So it's
No,
not-
I'm just kidding. No, nobody signed up yet.
That wasn't out of the realm of possibility. That's right.
Couldn't resist.
Okay.
Couldn't resist.
And Hillary, in terms of the work session on 16, whatever, the first one tomorrow, would we could do that later in the day or, okay.
Yep, so if you want to just move through everything, we are approved to meet next week specifically for the presentation by the commissioner on the governor's change package, as well as for language reviews. Should any bills not get voted tomorrow, then the committee will need permission to work those bills next week. I think generally those have been granted, so long as it's not a ton, and I think we're actually doing pretty well. So if there's something that doesn't get voted tomorrow, we can certainly make that request.
Okay, but right now we have the commissioner coming at 9 o'clock.
On Monday.
On Monday.
Correct.
And then the rest of the day, we would have available to vote on any bills or do any work sessions on things that we don't complete on Friday.
So long as I would just need to do a very quick PO request, but yes.
Okay. Okay. So the idea would be that on Monday at 9, we hear from the commissioner about the change package, and then we would have to vote as a committee on a letter or our recommendations back to the appropriations committee on the change package. So that will probably take at least 2 hours, and then we would schedule. We don't have any public hearings for Monday, though, do we?
No.
Okay, so we would schedule work sessions to start probably around 11:30 or so.
Sure, although I would remind the committee that the deadline for the report back to AFA on the governor's change package recommendations is Tuesday at 4 o'clock. And
right, so
Sam or I will have to write that.
Right, and that's why we want to get it done as quickly as we can in the morning. Okay. All right. Senator Woodson and Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you. Hillary, just, I don't have my bills in front of me. What is the title of 1620?
1620?
We're taking it up tomorrow, right?
Oh, 1760. Is that the new one? You mean 1716?
Representative Miller's bill after the deadline bill.
Yes, it is an act to ensure full payment of the state's salary supplement obligation to teachers with national board certification.
Okay, and that's 17 something. So
1716.
1716. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so Representative Crockett and then Representative Stearns.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some clarification on the 3 CDS bills that are on the first work session agenda tomorrow. Is it, what is our plan? Are we looking to combine, make one bill? Or what is that conversation going to be like tomorrow?
Well, it's really up to you. I have prepared a bill analysis of sorts to start to kick off the committee discussion. That sort of breaks down all of the testimony you heard on Tuesday by topic, as in regarding the birth to 2-year-olds, regarding the 3-year-olds, regarding the 4 and 5-year-olds, and then those 2 pieces on main care billing and the child find. And I'll try to walk the committee through some of the various options that you do have in terms of how you want to move any of those bills forward, with or without statutory language. And then ultimately it will be up to the committee to determine how you do want to move those forward. If you want to move all 3 forward with language, whether you want to move one forward with language on everything, it's really be up to the committee, but I will do my best to sort of walk you through what some of your options are as best I can.
Well, I have total faith in you. I suspect that might take a little time. So we'll just leave it at that. Okay.
And I am trying to get anybody who testified at the public hearing on Tuesday, people from the department. There's going to be someone from main care billing, from DHHS. We're just trying to get everybody who's available and willing to be in the attendee room, so that if there are questions, if there are concerns, if there are things that need to be addressed, we'll try to make sure we have someone there who can help answer them.
Just getting myself, psyched. Prayer.
It's a complicated issue, and it helps to have experts.
Representative Stearns.
Representative Crockett had the exact same question, and I to push that a little further, if there is a possibility that these complex bills, the 3 CDS components, we don't come to any great conclusions. There doesn't appear to be room to carry all 3 of those forward if we're looking at some of these, some of the other ones on the list. Are we up at around 12, 13?
We're at about 8 or 9 right now, I believe. So we have a couple spots, but certainly that also depends how a couple of those work sessions go tomorrow. So we're not at the top yet, but we're getting closer. The committee could, of course, make a request to go above the carryover limit.
Okay.
But that would be up to the presiding officers.
That's an enormously complex topic, and we have to get that right.
I would note the committee could, well, I can talk about this tomorrow, but the committee could also pass a resolve with a report back and not carry it over instead, right? So that's one of the options on my list.
You have all the tricks, Hillary.
Senator Rafferty.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan. And I believe if that was the only thing holding us up, I think we could appeal for some more time. I don't think that we'll have any, I don't know what we'll have, excuse me, beyond Monday in terms of working. So if we can, I think if we needed to, I agree that they're very, very important, and I do want to get them right. So hopefully we'll do well tomorrow. We'll get a good head start, and we'll collaborate and see where we want to go from there.
So I do hate to do this to everyone, but we do have some language reviews, and if we could just do them quickly.
Okay. Representative Dodge had a question.
Thanks. I just wondered if we're going to corner caucus over dinner, if we're going to corner caucus this evening, if we're going to corner caucus tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, or what's the plan on these last 10 bills?
I don't believe there is a plan, and we will call a corner caucus as needed.
Thank you.
Sam Baker.
Thank you, Representative. Just real quick before the analysts do their language review, if I could get you and Senator Rafferty for 5 minutes after we're done for the day. We did get some confirmation notices that we need to discuss ASAP, if that's okay.
Okay.
Scheduling confirmation hearings.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Hillary, you have language review?
Yep. So I'm just gonna, so I sent a bunch to you the other day. I did not hear any questions or concerns on any of them. However, there is a couple small issues that I need to raise on one of them. So the first one is LD 1502. And this is the bill to clarify safety issues in schools with respect to health-related states of emergency. This was the bill that the committee amended to remove the COVID-19 specific provisions around cleaning and everything. But that does require, should there be a state of emergency announced, that superintendents shall adhere to all executive orders and proclamations by the governor and guidance or directives from the director of the Maine CDC and prevention and DHHS, and issue the monthly reports on the steps that they're taking. This bill was flagged as a potential state mandate due to the additional expenditures related to having to do those monthly reports. And so I'd like to hear from the committee. You've certainly discussed mandates at issue. I don't want to go through all of it, although I'm happy to answer questions, but I'd like to hear from the majority how you would like to address the mandate. I believe Representative Brennan is muted.
Yeah. Are you asking whether or not we put an emergency preamble on it?
Whether you want to do the mandate preamble.
And if we don't do that, does it then include a fiscal note?
So the options, you could do the mandate preamble, you could do the funding. You could indicate in the summary that you do not believe that it is a mandate, and though that will still go to the special appropriations table. You could do nothing, but you would have to understand that should the provision of law get passed and get enacted without the mandate preamble and without the funding, that the local unit of government would not be bound by that mandate.
But we need a 2/3 vote for that to happen.
For the mandate preamble, yes.
Right, right. Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts about that?
Can you just say that one more time, what you just said? Sorry, I was trying to bring the thing up in the back. Can you just say what our choices are again?
Yep. So when something's been flagged as a mandate, one option is to add a mandate preamble, which does require 2/3 for passage. The second option is to provide 90% of the funding necessary for the mandate. I will freely admit that in this case, that I think that identifying that amount would be particularly difficult, given that this is a future possible cost. You don't know the next time that an emergency is going to be declared. The third option, if you disagree with the fact that it has been flagged as a mandate, you can add something in the summary to that effect, that you do not believe it's a mandate and why. Or you could do nothing. It can get reported out as is without funding, without the mandate preamble. However, should it be ultimately enacted and is a mandate, that the local unit of government would not be bound to comply with it.
Well, it was a divided report, right?
Yes.
So I think at this point, what I would just suggest to go with the fiscal note.
So just report it out as is without anything additional?
Right.
You, of course, could always add a mandate preamble or anything on the floor should that become necessary.
That was option 3, Mike.
Pardon?
Representative Brennan, that was option 3, doing nothing, adding no, knowing that it would be a mandate, but that local districts wouldn't be mandated. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was saying to just go with that, add a fiscal note to it, that the state would pick up whatever the cost would be. Whatever, if it costs $100,000 to do it, the state would pay 90% the cost of that, so that it wouldn't be a mandate to the local level.
Okay.
So you want to fund the 90%?
Right.
I'll have Rachel see if she can pull that, and that would come back in front of you. I suspect it will be an estimate, but we'll see what we can do.
Yep.
Okay. The next one is going to be pretty quick for you. This is LD 1072. This was the bill having to do with the memoranda of understanding with community colleges and career and technical education and adult education. And the committee, I brought it up to you because we determined while we were reviewing it with the fiscal office that neither the bridge funding nor the aspirations funding is currently available for the adult education students. It's restricted to the secondary school students. The committee had asked me to reach out to the sponsor, Senator Pouliot, to see what thoughts he might have or preferences he might have in moving this forward. He did get back to me, and his preference at this point would be just to leave the funding provisions for the career and technical education students and not provide additional funding or anything else regarding the adult education students. Certainly some funding sources could be identified down the road, but at this time, that would be what he would suggest the committee do. If the committee is comfortable with that, then I will make those changes and bring it back to you. Looks good. Got a thumbs up? Okay, great.
Yep.
So the next one is LD 550, and this is for the minority report. This was the resolve directing the State Board of Education to adopt rules prohibiting teachers in public schools from engaging in political, ideological, or religious advocacy in the classroom. And the minority report was two parts. One was that the school boards adopt a policy consistent with the model policy, was IMB, was what it was colloquially called, but that is consistent with the model policy published by the National School Board Association on controversial and sensitive issues. And the second provision had to do with directing the Department of Education to convene a stakeholder group, including but not limited to the Maine School Management, Maine Principal Association, Maine Educator Association, to develop a proposal for professional development for training for teachers, administrators, and school boards regarding academic freedom and the teaching of controversial and sensitive issues, and that the training for teachers must be based on that National School Board Association's model policy for teaching controversial and sensitive issues. Department of Education would report back, and the Education Committee could report out a bill next session. So the concern I have, and I should have raised at the work session and I didn't in the moment, is that typically when you would be requiring a school board to adopt a policy, you would be putting that in statute in Title 20A, Section 1001, which is where we put all of those various school board policies. Unfortunately, this bill, as originally drafted, is a resolve. It's not an act. And as you know, you cannot turn a resolve into an act. And so there's no good way to put that in statute through this vehicle. My suggestion, should the minority be amenable to it, would be in that second provision that has to do with the training and the report back, that it would authorize the committee to report out a bill next section, including but not limited to adding that a school board must adopt a policy regarding controversial and sensitive issues. It's a sort of back way around. Does that work for the minority?
That will work, and my apologies. It was very, I going on the fly with that amendment, and it was very.
No, and I as soon as I started drafting, I went, oh, I should have said something. But if that works for you, what I'll do is I'll remove that first portion, but in the report back and in the authority of the committee to report about a bill, say that they can report out a bill that would require that.
It would be a long winding road before we would ever use that, but.
So I'll make that change, and then you will see that again before it gets finally reported out. Next up is just LD 278. This is just a quick, you guys just voted this, and I just did it quickly for review. This has to do with the Department of Education developing a process for the consideration and implementation of changes to mandated instruction or training for students. And and that the department, in conjunction with stakeholders, shall develop a process and a timeline for reviewing legislation that proposes to mandate instruction or training for students, and that no later than January 15th of 2022, the Department of Education shall report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs on the process it develops and recommendations regarding mandated instruction and training. And the committee can report out a bill. And I just wanted to make sure there weren't additional pieces that needed to be added to this one.
You want to make sure what, Hillary?
There's that there weren't any additional components that you wanted to make sure were added, or if that's sufficient.
That's fine.
Okay. Last but not least, I just wanted to give you a heads up because this one definitely looks different than when you saw it in committee. This is LD 896, and this is Representative Sophie Warren's bill about directing the Department of Education to study disciplinary policies. She had initially, as part of her proposed draft to this committee, cut and pasted a bunch of recommendations that came out of a report that this committee received last year. And so I just wanted to let you know, rather than try to twist and turn and torture those recommendations into something that would work as part of a resolve, I just referred to that report directly. And I just wanted to make sure the committee understood that that's why it looks different. But that's what it's doing. So it's specifically saying that they'll convene a group of stakeholders to study the implementation of those recommendations issued in that report submitted to the committee pursuant to Resolve 2019, Chapter 31. So unless there's any objections to doing that way, it's a little bit cleaner, if that's all right.
That's fine.
All right, that's all I have for you. I'll turn you over to Mr. Sanoff.
Sorry. I have 4 fiscal notes for you to review. 3 of them are really easy, and 1 of them is a mandate, so we'll start with the mandate. Sorry, I just moved my screens all around, so everything looks different. All right. Are you seeing the mandate? The fiscal note?
For LD 705, Sam? That's the one
Yeah,
that's up.
okay, thank you. It's everything's configured differently, so I was just checking. Okay, so this is, if you'll recall, LD 705, this was the resolve to improve air quality and ventilation in Maine's public schools. So this was the bill that required the department to go and update its rules around heating, ventilation, and air conditioning to conform to defined standards. So this was flagged as a mandate because it could potentially, but depending on what the standards are, costs the school districts a fair amount of money to update those standards if those newly defined requirements do indeed require a bit more than the schools have. So the options are the same as Hillary just presented. You can fund it at 90%. You can flag it as a mandate, put a preamble on it, and require the 2/3 vote. You can do nothing, or you can kind of contest it in the summary of the bill. So I'll leave that up there so you can see the language. I'll leave that up there for a minute for you to consider how you might like to proceed. And I do know that there was quite a bit of discussion in OFPR about this. They spent some time trying to make sure they got this one right.
I wonder if we should let Representative Millette weigh in on this.
She has.
Okay.
She was in conversations with.
What was her response? What does she think?
So, you know, I don't want to speak for her. I do know that there was another version of this first, and this was the version that came out after conversation. But I'd hate to speak for how she feels about the mandate. I'm not entirely sure how she feels about this updated version.
Okay.
I can also hold it and bring it back tomorrow for you if you'd like to make sure that she weighs in on this one.
Sam, was this a divided report?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And I think Rebecca is only available early in the morning. Isn't she traveling in the afternoon?
No, she's not traveling to, I don't think she's traveling tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
She's
She'll
flying
be
today.
Only
available.
morning. She's going to be available only in the morning.
And Sam, just to refresh my memory, but I, as I recall the bill, it was for the department to establish the standards around ventilation, but was it also to require schools to immediately meet those standards?
So there's a few, I think it's summer 2025, if I'm correct, July 2025, they would need to meet the standards, but that's already a requirement. So that isn't new. So there's this big unknown, I think, as to, it really depends what the standards are. If these new standards are defined and in place and they're like, oh, those look like we really need to do quite a bit of work in order to meet the newly defined standards. The problem is now they're so undefined, I think it's hard to know what they require. As to, these will be defined and it will be very clear what is required at that point.
But if the state were to define health and safety standards and ventilation, how does that become a mandate to a local school district?
Well, I think because the rules require them to then meet those standards. I mean, the rules say.
But you wouldn't allow a school to exist if they weren't meeting health and safety standards.
I think where OFPR was going with this is that, again, this is hard because it's a little, we don't know what the new standards will be. Is that I see what you're saying, that they do need to meet some standard. The problem is, I think nobody knows what that standard is. And a school could look at this now and say, well, nobody's told us we're not meeting standards. They are very vaguely referred to in the policy, whereas it's that won't be the case anymore. And it sounds to me like you could make an argument in the summary. You could say essentially exactly what you're saying in the summary, and make the argument that it is not in fact a new requirement. And I'm happy to draft something up for tomorrow if you'd like to look at it. And
I mean, the other approach or the other idea would be simply the state could go through the rulemaking and set the standard, but remain silent about the implementation.
I think there is language right now in the rules that requires a date of compliance.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have to.
I mean, just as an example, and it would be an extreme example, but if we set a standard that says that a school district has to have water in the school, that couldn't be would that be interpreted as a local mandate?
I mean, it's insofar as you already have to comply with building codes and whatnot, and you could say the same thing here, I suppose, right? This is not an easy one. This is certainly a one that you could argue either way, I think. And I'm happy to make that argument in the summary.
Well, didn't we, or aren't there funds? So if it's found that a school doesn't have proper ventilation, wasn't that where some of the relief funds were supposed to be targeted for, to bring people up to the level of standard for schools? I mean, it stems from COVID initially, these requirements. So I thought that those monies were coming towards us, And if a school identified a specific area like this, that there was some funding available for them to apply for.
And I think that may be the case now. Insofar as this would be an ongoing requirement, it could be a continuing mandate.
All right, thank you.
So the DOE to this point has not adopted officially the ASHRAE standards. Is that
Correct.
right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, but that's what they may do.
I think that's what everybody was sort of assuming, but I don't think anybody specifically said that.
Okay.
And Sam, just to be further argumentative, schools were required to do 6-foot distancing, but that wasn't considered to be a local mandate because it was meeting health and safety standards.
But it was under the emergencies, I believe.
It was under the emergency. That's true. That's true.
Hey, Sam, has Representative Millette seen this latest?
She has. Yes, she has.
I think she definitely should weigh in before we make any sort of decision.
I agree.
And weigh in our presence, perhaps, unless we want to leave it directly up to her.
We don't have to move it out of committee yet, so I think we'll just wait.
Okay. I can bring it back
Get her
tomorrow or any other day that we're here. The other ones, if you're ready for them, I think are easier. This is LD 924. This is the task force to establish the coordination of services and expansion of educational programs for young adults with intellectual or developmental disabilities to identify barriers to full societal integration. So this is the typical language that you would see in a study, a legislative study. There is a note here that this legislation, I think DOE indicated that they would require staff assistance to implement this. They did indicate that its special services team would require a one limited period educational specialist 3 position at a cost of about $33,000 a year. So the legislation specifically required that DOE provide staff assistance to the task force within its existing budgeted resources. I think DOE is then saying they would need more within their general fund. They would require a cost increase within their general fund to account for that requirement. And then UMaine system, community college system, Maine housing, DOT, DHHS could all be absorbed within their existing resources. They are all participants on that task force, although it would be led by DOE. Any questions about that?
No.
1152. So this is resolved to require Maine post-secondary educational institutions to review the level of student debt and develop plans to limit debt. So this is a minor cost increase, additional cost to UMaine, Community College, and Maine Maritime, absorbed within existing resources. So a fiscal note, but a little one. And the last one is 1198. This is authorizing an increase to the minimum annual fund balance for public school districts, and there is no state fiscal impact there, which is what you want to see. So that's what I've got for you, and I will certainly hold 705 in my pocket for now until we can get Representative Millette to weigh in. And I think that's all we've got.
So Representative Dodge, Representative McCray, you had questions? Representative Dodge?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about the bill that Sam just did for us about the extension of special services into adulthood. That was Representative Pebworth's bill. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
And should we mention to her about the fiscal note? Does she know about that?
I'll send it to her so she has it on her radar. I will.
Thank you very much.
Sure, absolutely.
Representative McCray?
Yes, and Representative Millet's Bill 705 that we just talked about. If she's unavailable to do that tomorrow, because it is just this thing, we're not having a public hearing, we're not having a work session. Is there any reason why we couldn't address that on Monday?
No, I mean, we're going to be doing language reviews for the next week or so.
Yeah.
We have a number of other bills that are coming before us for language reviews. So yes, we can do that.
You just made that, you had to say that, didn't you? Thank you.
Senator Whitsom?
Yes, I think because of a full schedule, maybe it'd be best if we did take up 705 next week.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, we got a pretty full schedule tomorrow, and if LD 705 is going to take a half hour, an hour to decide, I just don't take it up next week.
Okay. We don't have to take any action on it. All we're doing is reviewing the language.
Yeah, well, we've just spent quite a bit of time on it now. Just my thoughts.
Okay.
Yes, so going forward, as the committee is not regularly meeting, especially for some of you new members, I just want to let you know that we do get to a point where we start trying to do a lot more over email. Certainly on the bills where you already reviewed the language because there was a draft ahead of time, or it's just a cost absorbed fiscal note, what we'll typically do is we'll email you and say, let us know by this date and time, usually a day or two, if there's a problem, and if not, it's going to go ahead and get reported out. What we'll do is when we have a critical mass of language reviews that perhaps do need your direct attention, either because something we need to explain, or there's a mandate, or there was an issue, or just something you really haven't seen and we want to make sure we got it right, we'll let the chairs know and we'll try to find a time that we can pull you all together to do that language review. But when you do see our emails saying, here are language reviews, let us know by this date and time, please do reach out if there's an issue, and if not, they will get reported out as they are.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to next week, it looks like obviously we're going to have a full Monday. And what's the rest of the week look like? And I'm obviously asking selfishly because of my other job. And I will book things to do there if we're not meeting. So as soon as we
the only thing I can say at this point is that we have nothing scheduled for the rest of the week officially, and we would have to get authorization to schedule anything after Monday. It doesn't mean as we work through Monday, we may decide that we need additional time in the week, but that will actually just be a Monday decision.
Okay.
But we at this point don't plan to schedule any other public hearings, and we're essentially left with work sessions at this point.
Thank you.
And Representative Crockett, given everybody else's time schedule and stuff, I mean, we'd obviously try to work around people's schedules in a way to make it a little bit more predictable. But I don't know what people think, but I mean, if we were to pick another, it might be better that we try to get everything done on Tuesday as opposed to pushing it till Thursday or Friday or something like that. But I'm hoping that we will have two stellar days tomorrow and Monday, and we're pretty much done. Senator Rafferty.
Well, two things. One is, should we, just to cover ourselves, do we want to schedule a committee meeting for Tuesday sometime? Just I mean, and if we don't need it, we can cancel as opposed to that. This gives people an opportunity to at least set it on their schedule and work around.
Well, we'd have to get approval for that, right, Hillary?
Yeah, so we would need approval, and I also would just, because of how busy Sam and I are going to be with
Okay.
committee tomorrow and Monday, there's gonna be a little lag for those language reviews. And so you'll probably be more likely Wednesday, Thursday that we'll really be able to start getting those out to you.
And
Just because I won't have a ton of time between now and then to put them together.
So because this is going to be an email system now, what does language review require of us? Are we supposed to consult with every member of the committee? Only those that voted in majority?
So when we do it via email, what we do is when we send out the email with all the language reviews, and we'll say, let us know by Thursday at 3 p.m. if you have a question or concern. If we don't hear from you, we will report the bill out. As soon as we hear a question or concern, then we would be reaching out to you, Senator Rafferty, and you, Representative Brennan, to say, okay, I think we actually need to meet to talk about this.
Right.
So that's typically how that works. And for those of you, if you do have a question or concern, you can either bring it to the chairs, you can bring it to us, and we'll let the chairs know there's a question or concern. Sometimes maybe it's something we can just answer quickly, but if not, then that's how that works. It's really just to let us know, and we'll make it happen so that the committee can make sure they're reporting out what you want to report out.
All right. And just don't be afraid. Honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, I've had more emails than I can count the last probably 36 hours. I know it's over 300. So I would, if I'm going like having a severe cramp here in the cranium, then you could reach out with a quick call or a text. I would see quicker because.
And of course, if something gets missed and something gets reported out and it needs to be fixed, reach out and we'll help coordinate for you with the revisor's office. You can always do a floor amendment. We really try to avoid that, but this time of year, things happen.
I see Sam.
So, Sam Baker.
Yes, Senator, I was just going to say one thing that might be helpful as we're kind of transitioning to a different phase right now is like maybe in the morning or at the end of the day, just do a search in your inbox for Hillary, Sam, and then that way you'll see those emails jump to the top. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it'll probably come from your and Sam's email accounts, right, Hillary? Like it'll come from yep. So
we'll email them to you directly.
So if you search for Hillary and you search for Samuel just in your inbox, it'll bring those ones up. Even if you have 300 plus emails in your inbox, which is really nice.
Sam, that's why we're in good hands.
And don't hesitate to call or email or reach out and say, did I miss something?
And I know you want us, Sam, Mike and
just 5 minutes, just 5, I promise.
But I am going to ask that the rest of our caucus, if you would get together and just wait for a minute, only just talk about if we want to meet tomorrow morning. Right. That's the only reason. All right.
So we were going to call a corner caucus now, and we'll be with you in less than 5 minutes.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Thank you all.